Why do I look like I'm fucking half dead? And we should be lower. It's a good question. The answer to why I look half dead, as opposed to my genuine state of undeath, which at this point we're convinced is kind of more of a ghoul situation than anything else, is because I forgot to turn my ring light on, thus giving me the wonderful halcyon above-ness that would usually power this hyper ice white forehead.
No, Bonio in the background is the half-dead one as it can't drink coffee.
Is that not the great curse of all skeletons? That's why they attack the living, as they can no longer imbue the sweet, sweet joy of the morning Java. Mega Boss, I guess it's depending on which vein we go through. In Vampire the Masquerade, a ghoul's person, kind of half in, half out. Numbers, wellity, Watto and welcome! And... oh, way cool. And Numbers is getting a new furnace. That's fucking cool. Kimble, hello and good morning. Edelman, Watto. And Kimble, once again, if I can be the dulcet tones to help you get a decent night's sleep, then fucking y'all. Stammering, what I was about to say there was impolite, but I'm just going to go with a greeting of Watto and welcome. How you all doing, friends? Tell me your tales. Wolfgrad, Watto and welcome. Oh, Wraith, did I give you the pitch for the heist yesterday? Because I'm happy to talk about it again. TLDR, we're going to steal money from Jeffrey Bezos. That's the TLDR of it. Though I did take yesterday night off. Just sleep deprivation from thanks to the baby boy and a bunch of other things. I just took an edible and slept for 11 hours. To Null Pointer Games, Watto and welcome. Streaming has treated me very well. We're going to try and do something... oh, you're fine, baby boy.
My boss filed a bug against my jack-o'-lanterns, but it was okay. I had a pumpkin patch.
Errorman, I can't believe you've done this. So Vanderbeast, thank you for filling the pint glass. Errorman, thank you for the 200 bits. I can't believe you've done this. And Bacon, thank you for the bits as well. Sorry. Apparently the one thing that hasn't gotten up to speed this morning are my manners. The noise you heard in the background was Amos getting his little feeties cleaned. Where was I? Oh, wait, cool. Yeah, Catastros, good luck with the Dreg Heap. And you know if you need extra firepower, the Longship's got you. I actually started looking at feckin', I actually started looking at Bloodborne build last night. Because it's been ages and I'm like, what do I want to play if we do a Bloodborne run? But I realised the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword for Bloodborne's DLC content. So it's like, what do we do up until that point if we want? And I love, was it Ludwig's Greatsword? I love that weapon with all my heart. I'm just like, would you all forgive me if I did a playthrough with just sword plus big sword? Hey! Jackie Fox has gifted a sub to the entirety of Ireland. How are you doing? Ludwig's Holy Blade, thank you, Null Pointer. Shaunerus, Watto and welcome. Oh yes, so Null Pointer. Things are going good here. We're going to try something wild and different next month. I'm making a concerted push for the purple tick on this twitch.television. But aside, that's the big thing going on right now. Game development stuff is slowly ticking along. Nothing really to announce there. Yeah. We're currently in award season, so in my downtime I am drowning in exceptional video games. think that's about it. And yeah, Wraith. My sword seems to be ineffective against these enemies. Let me try even bigger sword. I love the moveset of Ludwig's Holy Blade, and I love how it looks. It sounds so cool, and has that cool little combo where you can get like a special attack by doing the swap out. Well, so Null Pointer, and I guess so Null Pointer and Wraith, you didn't hear the pitch for the big heist. So it kind of goes a little something like this, Wreck and Scratch. Twitch are making a huge number of changes behind the scenes. And as I'm sure we're all aware, it's very much an automated platform now. There are people that work there, and hey, I've had some great conversations with like Twitch staff members, especially about like bits and things like that, but for the most part, it's now such a large entity that it's not really one person's to control. And as things are moving forward, it does look like they're going to be going for an aggressive advertising stance. And how they do that, we don't know. But what I do know is that things are going to change very quickly. And if I can get myself grandfathered in on some of these changes, it'll definitely help us moving forward. So when it comes to like the advertising and stuff like that, we're really lucky here in the Longship in that we have the indomitable House Carl. There are so many people here who are incredibly generous and gift people subs, and those people don't have to deal with any ads. So essentially, we can get all the benefits of stealing Jeffrey Bezos' money without you lot having to see adverts. So that's the long and short of it. I mean, I'm lucky enough that I'm in a position where I'm still able to do this full time, even as an affiliate, which is unheard of in this space. But I think we need to make the push now before things change any more than they're going to. And Orchazini, Watto? Yes, our Skull, the scourge of the unsubbed. But like, we joke about it, but House Carl as an entity are incredibly powerful, and put the Longship on a footing that few others can really say they have. So, sorry, jumping back into chat. So Megaboss is playing Disco Elysium, nice. At some point, friends, we need to do a run of that, because I hear the director's cut voice acting is superb. But what's going down with the rest of you? J-Post got the full Flu 5G patch installation. Yeah, J-Post, this one's kicked everybody's ass, so don't feel bad if you feel bad. Iko, you know what? Today is treating me nicely. I mean, okay, this morning was a bit hectic, but I've just I zenned out this morning, mainly because I've had some sleep, so stress levels are a modicum lower than prior. I slept for like 11 hours last night. I feckin' needed it. That's why I've got some chill tunes going on, just like a nice start to our Wednesday. And Null Pointer, I know what you mean about like trying Disco Elysium and then ricocheting off it. One of these days, I actually need to sit down and properly think about like games like Disco Elysium that you almost need to prepare yourself for. My friend kind of compared it to like bizarre and esoteric shots or strange alcohols that you have to drink a certain way. Like, if you know what you're doing, you can have something that's very tasty, but, you know, don't chug bitters straight from the bottle. Wolfgrad spent 6 hours driving today. No! Had to visit another office. Glad to be back home. Well, kick up your shoes, relax, we got you. Oh yeah, I mean caffeine, unless there are big money bucks on the line. And I have actually taken a shot of bitters before. It was a bartender's boyfriend, and they were at a different bar, so I was actually getting to talk with them as a person, and it was real cool. And their boyfriend's like, oh, this is a thing I do at the end of the night. Just bought us fucking... I did it. Thankfully, a trick a friend of mine showed me 1,000 years ago kept me alive. Okay, if I haven't told you this already, this is Will's trick for being given a horrible shot that you have to consume. Now, in an ideal world, you should never have to drink anything you don't want to. But to those of us who have networked or have been in social situations where saying no is not possible, here's my trick. So, you need a smaller glass, like a shot glass. So, the goal is to exhale all the air out of your lungs before you even start drinking it. So you kind of rotate in your hand, like give it an inspect, add some theatre to it. You know, like if they've, God, like one time I got handed a drop shot that was Fireball whiskey floating in, Fireball whiskey floating in silver tequila. So I showed this thing off. I'm like, what's going on here? All the while just quietly pushing every bit of air out of my lungs. And then once I'm at the point of no return, knock it back. Wait a second. Don't inhale immediately, because then you get a gob full of fumes. Look at it. Pop it down. Then you take that breath in, and you go, That's Will's trick for surviving a bad shot. And I did that when I had to do a shot of bitters. It's not nice. And Fearless, Watto. I'm actually... before we get started today on the actual game, I'm going to be really curious to see how many SCP fans we have in, because unlike Control, which was an emulation of the SCP aesthetic, the game we're playing today is a series of short stories based around the actual SCP Foundation. They're very clear to say in the opening scroll, yo, this is based on open source stuff, please don't sue us. But this is closer to kind of like the DreadX style of lots of little games together, at least by my understanding, rather than just like one like spooky, scary skeleton. Sorry, Null Pointer Games, how have you been doing? Where's me brain? Have you been making them video games? Have you got video games I can shout about? Because yesterday we did Zalavir's new game, El Paso Nightmare, which was feckin' brilliant. Wraith just saying, Will's not your dad, you chug bitters if you want to. Hey, if you like that, I ain't gonna stop you. I'm sorry I got onto the subject of booze on a Wednesday night. It's more because I can't think of a better analogy. It's kind of like the first time you try tequila, and tequila is awful. And then you try tequila with salt and lime, and you're like, oh, this isn't too bad. There's something in the personal preparation around consumption of certain alcohols that changes their taste. And I think the same is very true with certain kinds of media. Here's my hand up media crime. I've still not finished watching Parasite. The film that, you know, pissed off a whole bunch of racists, but was an incredible, like, international success. I know it's an important piece of media. I know I need to watch it. But let me tell you, each time I try and go in, I ricochet off. Because I haven't found the headspace to be in. Does that make a weird sense? And I think with video games, the same is very much true. This kind of... I mean, it's why we see a lot of AAA banality, is to avoid that situation. Okay, so Jackie's an SCP fan, Phil is an SCP fan. Okay, so we got peeps who are going to know the stuff and things. Oh yeah, and Ikoa, like the whole social construct and construct around shots of alcohol is fucking fascinating. God, we could go down a whole rabbit hole about like those bizarre cultural norms of drinking, different kinds of drinking, as in like, you know, collaborative, combative, survival. Combative, usually not just relating to drinking contests, but where you hold someone else to your same level through the medium of trying to get them ruinously drunk. And then survival is usually like session drinking. And yeah, stammering, how different countries see it as well. fascinating. Again, no shade to those people who don't drink. It's just a weird part of the human condition that has like a long history of nonsense. Oh, Mr. Take a shot for every 30 minutes you're late to a house party. Did we do that? I know with the Smashing Pumpkins night we had to do a bunch of shots because we got there late. I was having a really bad time and my good buddy Christian took me out for a Halloween night. We weren't going to go out. There was a house party. I was being a wet blanket. He made me put on my pirate wizard garb. We went to a local cocktail place, drank blood bags. They gave us a bunch of free shots. We ended up staying there way too late. Went to a house party, stole a pumpkin on the way. It was a night. It was a fucking night. A good friend of ours dressed up as a war boy with the silver cake frosting on his... Yeah. I was picking that stuff out of my beard for days. Good times, good times. But yeah, I want to touch on the fact that things like Disco Elysium aren't just pick up and play. You know, you do need to be in the right mindset for stuff like that, and if you're not, you can ricochet off it. And I think it's an important one to understand as we're going forward. Like, games like Vampire Survivors, which have the lowest barrier to entry in terms of like intellectual investment, but have a long, rich, rewarding tale. And we see it with a lot of the big budget AAAs that they ask very little of you coming in and then slowly unfurl things, which, due to their formulaic nature, can leave things feeling a little stale, I will admit, but I do appreciate that. The problem I often find with a lot of the big open world AAA titles is that they keep you in the paddling pool and patronize you for too long before they let you loose with the world. But that's another story. I mean, Megaboss, that's a good one. Megaboss was saying that Disco Elysium requires you to accept that if you don't want to emotionally invest in like the role play of this world, then there's probably no game here. That's a good point. It's not a game to be taken seriously thematically. It's a game that you should invest in as a character. And heck, getting users to roleplay with a game is so much easier said than done. Oh yeah, and Fearless, like, we'll definitely get more into the SCP discussion later on, but I do agree with that's one of the things that's so fascinating about it, is that the SCP foundation in its original concept was creepypastas and written stories, and things have disseminated from there. I mean, Fearless, I think it was you that told me about the Machinima guys who ended up doing a live-action film based around, like, the SCP, like, strike teams they send onto fields, which I've been obsessed with. But, I mean, friends, you already know, like, I love the idea of taking games with realistic gun handling combat systems and dropping them in unrealistic situations. That's kind of my beat. Like, I'm kind of... yeah. Was it? Well, Fearless, I'm going to give you the credit anyway, so you get the internet points for it regardless. And yes, Bismarck, we are going into SCP Secret Files today. This is a collection of short story games based around the SCP that vary from kind of like first-person creepy stuff. I think one of them is like a top-down pixel nonsense. It's less ooga booga booga, more like unsettling stories of the SCP. I saw this at PAX and was determined to show you all, because what I'm seeing is this wonderful, like, the great thing about the SCP being an open source operation is people learning from each other in the space and learning how better to tell these stories. For those of you who are unaware, for a while, like, games based on the SCP were ththese weird little itch.io gems The largest success of those being the Slender Man 7 pages. Although that itself came from... Oh, what was the show called? It's like Marble Hornets, I believe. But that's another story. But what's been fascinating is that these weird little itch-sized indie games that reflected small SCP stories, then getting folded back into the general like toolkit of making horror video games, that then larger games have then learned from, which has then inspired, and yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, and Phyllis, I think that's where this has its magic, is that strange intersection of grounded and uncanny. You know, you genuinely believe that in Control, people actually do go to work. You know, they eat lunch at their desk, they file reports. It feels like it could happen, and yet it's impossible. So yeah, this is something I've been wanting to show you all. To my understanding, Secret Files doesn't go hard on the gore or the ooga booga booga. But I only played PAX demo, so we'll see how it goes. Maybe they upped the spoops.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I'm redacted. I redacted for redacted months.
Ah, but as I have a higher clearance level, I can tell you, Willing Outcast, that you have been redacted for 25 months. Megaboss says I am wrong, and it has some very spoopy bullshit moments. Okay, well, we'll do it together, friends. We'll do it together. Anyway, we're not getting into the spoops for a bit. We've got plenty to banter on. And... I'm just seeing if... Numbers, this might be the return of the wah. For those of you who don't know, when we did our run-through of Control, anytime anything was redacted, I just made Waluigi noises. God, and what was the brilliant one I keep forgetting? Oh, Lobotomy Corp. God, you can tell I've had sleep because I can actually remember video games. So, I don't know how many of you have heard of this one. But this is usually my recommendation to peeps who enjoy the SCP stuff and want to try something a little bit different. So this is Lobotomy Corporation, where you run an SCP containment facility. Monsters generate energy, which is how you keep the facility going, but each creature has different requirements. And while it seems like an impossible task, it seems like it's one of those like roguelikes that goes on forever. Anytime you lose a level, you can just repeat that day. Or, if you painted yourself into a corner, you can go back 3 days. It is a management sim. It is a story game pretending to be a management sim in such a fascinating way that I highly recommend it. So Jackie's saying Slenderman's not an SCP story. That's interesting, because I remember it coming from that whole sphere of, like, experimental horror. Because I was under the impression that Slenderman the 7 Pages was based on the SCP entry. The SCP entry of Slenderman. Hey, like, I'm happy to be wrong on this one. The thing to bear in mind with all of these is that the SCP is an open source, kind of collaborative writing forum, essentially, where people came up with these strange, weird, anomalous stuff. And by virtue of how well they were created, essentially moved them up and down like the rankings. The famous one is kind of the Weeping Angel type Big Baby, who I hate that I'm forgetting the name of, which had to be redesigned due to the fact that it had become so ubiquitous, but the original design was based on someone's work that wasn't open source. But yeah. Yeah, it was definitely the superstar of Containment Breach. And I'm saving SCP Containment Breach for when I get the right group of people together. Because that is a wonderfully silly, but also very spooky game. Wait, Containment Breach is the one that's multiplayer, right? Honestly, friends, I'm not saying that you desperately need to get into all of the varying stories, but the actual entity of the SCP website is fascinating. Because it essentially creates this upvote, downvote system. So if someone's like, my SCP is a cup that's very spooky and it moves a little bit, and if you read the words on it, you explode. Everyone's gonna be like, alright, feck off, mate. But if you write something that's genuinely haunting or expansive, it gets noticed, it gets upvoted, and then people start creating and articulating things on that themselves. I'm just checking the game name. I think I know the one you're talking about, Jackie, with SCP Pandemic. Yes. This looks very, very good, but I want to wait to see how that unfurls. Because it does remind me a lot of Interstellar Marines and a few other, like, realistic-y horror titles. But yeah, if you haven't seen it, the one that Jackie's talking about, SCP Pandemic, is attempting to do like realistic squad shooter, but against Control-esque, like, unknowable anomalies. But yeah, what's fascinating about this is that the SCP is not the work of one single writer, or the work of like one creative element. It's a group together. So what is and isn't considered SCP is a amorphous, evolving concept. It's like if fanfiction could become its own, like, cinematic universe. And I love it. Like, and I understand the cognitive dissonance of someone like myself, who is very much against the shooty gunbang, milquetoast, bland, first-person shooter, talking about shooty gunbang games as much as I do, but I think there's something fascinating about firearms-based conflict systems in video games, and I think it's something that hasn't been explored fully. And I think it's mainly because to make a good shooty gunbang game is very expensive, or at least was. And a lot of the time when you're making an expensive game, you need to appeal to the widest audience. So, you know, people don't want to spend millions of dollars making, like, hyper-realistic gun handling and then put it in, I don't know, pick a bizarre walking sim or what have you. Null Pointer, I have played Spec Ops The Line, and that is a very good example of basically how to trick people into playing arty games, which I love. Unfortunately, because it's, in certain regards, a parody, it doesn't work anymore in the same way that it did when it came out. Oh, whoa, 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 Stammering Gamer. Shooting at Gunbang 420 Blazing It will always have a huge soft spot in my heart. So I can't imagine none of us here know about... I can't imagine none of us here are on a... Wow, I just triple negative myself. Let me have another run up at that sentence. I'm pretty sure we all know Spec Ops The Line. But just on the off chance that somebody doesn't, it was a third-person... It was a third-person war game back in the 360 era that was a lot of people's first encounter with, like, meta-narrative fuckery. And it worked so well at the time because it looked like every other generic, you know, Middle Eastern third-person shooter. And it used that genericism to tell a very deep story about our role in video game conflict. Now, a lot of people have deconstructed Spec Ops The Line. You don't need to play through it in its entirety to get all the chewy nuggets. And a lot of the tricks that it used worked because no one else had done them in a AAA game before, at least not in that environment. Since then, we've had wild-level meta-narrative games. And honestly, between that and the original BioShock, like, we encountered a lot of meta-narrative fuckery in a short space of time. Like, oh boy. Sorry, null pointer with the press F to pay respects. Yes. When you put that up against something like the newer Call of Duty, the newest Call of Duty is breaking my heart. Have you seen the video footage of the Amsterdam section? It is gorgeous. It is absolutely beautiful. And the fact that it is that level of artistic talent and technology is being wasted on, and then the evil badmans with the shooting missiles must be stopped. Friends, just give me, just lend me one of the fucking Call of Duty teams. Give me 2 years, the Call of Duty team. I'll give you some wild shit. Megabossa says they even got the road directions right. Yep. Well, so Fearless, I got lucky because, like yourself, I was avoiding Spec Ops The Line when it launched because I was just sick to the fucking back teeth of military shooters. Oh, this one's third person. Alright, cool. Oh, what if Dubai was suddenly swallowed by a super sandstorm? I don't care. And a friend of mine's like, hey, Will, I can't tell you why, but you have to play this. And thankfully there was someone who I definitely trusted in terms of taste, and they were 100% right. I did need to play it. Yeah, you know what, Wraith? If you don't mind giving Big Phil a call once the ABK deal is signed, that'd be great. You know, I haven't spoken to him since the thing, but yeah, probably can. Anyway, so Jackie, I am aware of that SCP game. I want to give it a bit more breathing room because my friend called it the British sports syndrome, and I don't know a better way to describe it. But basically, the British sports syndrome is when you start rooting for a team, they will immediately lose. If you start supporting a game in early access, it will never come out. That's mentally how I feel, because I so desperately want the concept. God. Which one's Redwood, Asari? Sorry. I'm drawing a blank. Let's have a look. Yeah, and Wolfgrad, I'd be genuinely interested to hear your thoughts and feels on it. Oh, sorry, friends. Wolfgrad works in Amsterdam, and there's something really special about seeing a place that you know recreated in a video game. And so, Catastros, I don't disagree about that moment of Spec Ops, because it doesn't give you any kind of choice. And then when the game turns around and says, you did this, you're like, well, you kind of made me there. But I also understand that what they were doing was, at the time, aping a lot of those, unlock the cool weapon moments in shooty gunbang games. Yeah, Moose, unlike somewhere like Soho. Oh, yes, Chaunerus, the 4-player vampires thing. Yeah, we're absolutely going to be doing that. One of the cool things about the Great Bezos Heist next month is that while there'll be less big streams, we'll be able to play more games together. And you know what's coming out next month? Dark Tide! I still haven't decided who I want to play in Dark Tide, because the veteran feels incredible, but then Big Ogre go explode. Oh yeah, and Fearless, absolutely, that's what Spec Ops says to your face. You could have stopped playing this video game at any point. And that's wild. The idea that... yeah. Spec Ops The Line, as a video game, says one thing directly to your face as the player, and it's like, you bought this because you wanted to be the hero. You have gunned down seas of humans and committed literal war crimes because you wanted to feel like the big bad hero. Well, do you feel like a hero now? But the one thing it does do is, and Catastrophe, like, I completely understand what you're saying, but the one thing that Spec Ops does that I would love to see more meta-narrative games do is that once you are told, once the game is revealed, its hand, what you choose to do after that point is up to you. Like, do you choose to just step out peacefully, like, oh shit, you're the baddie, you've been doing these crimes, alright, I'll cop to it. Or do you choose to double down? Like, no, this is my game, I'm the hero. You don't get to tell me, video game. And that was something that sadly Bioshock lacked. Bioshock gives you the information that you are being controlled at the same point that you have zero control. And while I understand, like, Andrew Ryan's, like, last stand then, what he says with his dying breath, but it's from that point onwards I would have liked to have seen more of a branching elements to it. Oh yeah, I mean, null pointy. You're not wrong in that Bioshock's meta-narrative was a one-point maneuver, but jumping back. So Number says, sell me on Darktide. It is Vermintide, but with a faster gameplay move, more focus on actual, like, RP character creation, and more of a cohesive leveling system. You play an Imperial citizen in the far-flung future of 40k, sentenced to a penal legion for a crime that you may or may not have committed, that's up to you, sent out to kill heretics as penance to the Emperor. Essentially, you take on varying missions with friendos, wipe out some heretics, get more gear to be able to wipe out more heretics. The gameplay style varies from character to character. The veteran is your classic kind of first-person shooter gunbang, whereas the others have varying flavors of psychic abilities, melee weapons. They have a legit chainsword that is awesome. And I think it goes all the way up to the big heavy, the ogre. Oh, and sorry, I actually do have a copy of Beacon Pines. And I'm looking forward to sharing it with you all. Ogrin, thank you, Jackie. I mean, with the 40k variations, it's usually take the fantasy name and jangle the spelling. Instead of Goblin, it's Gretchen. Alright, great. But we've still got orcs, okay. But jumping back for a brief moment, with things like Spec Ops The Line and Bioshock and stuff like that, because our industry is growing so quickly, it's very easy to look back at those and say, well, they should have done X and Y. But for a lot of people, those are the first time a video game looked at them and said, would you kindly is one of the great reveals. And it's so simple, but it speaks so clearly about how we as players do whatever we're told. That when you start playing, especially a first-person shooter, or something with a little bit of open world, and the Dorito says go here, what do? You go to the Dorito. You always go where you're told. And using that as a narrative device to discuss like player agency is pretty powerful. The irony being is that the best moments in Bioshock are the ones where you're given freedom, i.e. for Frolic, which our good buddy Null worked on. Not Null Pointer, but Null from Question. Oh, by the way, friends, if any of you need a hauntingly messed up indie game for no money, Golden Light of Rose dropped yesterday whilst we were eyeballs deep in the Zalavir maze. And it is a free prequel to Golden Light, which, while I haven't showed you Golden Light yet, we will do at some point, because it's so wild and messed up, and also successful. That's another story. Yeah, but stammering, I don't want to go into the big reveal for Knights of the Old Republic, because it's interesting, despite it being one of the great ubiquitous games and one of the Star Wars games, large numbers of people haven't played it. There's still value in that one. Lost Flowers, we didn't find Amos, but Amos, I believe, is getting patched in today. So it was only River that had been added, but Zalavir so it didn't have to, but it still decided to patch in Amos, which is fucking cool. I'm wondering if we should do a playthrough of Bioshock, just because, one, it's a decent watch and a decent story. I've gone through it, so we can all basically deconstruct it as we're playing it, and it does good numbers. Actually, let me add that to the list. One of the other games that I think we might do for the Great Bezos heist is MGS5, because Kojima's back on his bullshit again, and I need to remind myself that, well, and I guess and others, that he's not an infallible genius. Love him, he's not an infallible genius. Alright, give me some smooth jams. There we go. Now, I do share a bit of Kyle's sentiment that Bioshock Infinite is definitely, at least artistically, a grim-ass fucking video game, but... Now, null pointer, the facial surgery gag was hilarious, but we definitely all worked it out beforehand. However, it's now caused the entire game sphere to triple guess anytime there's like a secret reveal that looks like it could be a Kojima project. Sorry, if you didn't see the news today, so Kojima was talking with IGN and said that their new game is going to be a whole new medium. If this sounds familiar to you, this is exactly the same thing that Kojima said in the run-up to Death Stranding, which, as it turned out, was not a whole new genre. I mean, it may still become one, as Zalavir's Witch Strandings was good. Made my hand hurt, but it was damn good. But it comes back to the whole thing of, like, users decide what genres are, not creators. Is Death Stranding a great game? Fuck yes. Oh yeah, I'm null pointer. I loved my playthrough of Death Stranding. It was not a new paradigm. It was not a new genre. It was an incredibly smart take on like the open world space. And when it went horror, oh boy, it was fucking brilliant. But I do want to go back to MGS5 because that was... Alright, last night, was it the night before? No, last night I was asleep. Okay, night before. I guess it doesn't matter. I watched a retrospective on Metal Gear Solid 4, the PS3 exclusive, the hyper weirdness that is. And the thing that it reminded me of is that you would need to have such a very specific career in video games to be able to release those kind of games and not have it be the end of your career. Oh, Catastros, have a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you for staying up late. I'm sorry I got started late. It's real good to see you. But yeah, if you go back and like watch retrospectives on Metal Gear Solid 4, like it's a mess. It's such a tonal mismatch, and that's something that we continually see throughout. Except for in Death Stranding. I don't know who on his team was like, mate, no, we gotta level this out. Like, it doesn't have the weird tonal mismatch, which is fascinating. MGS4, all the bosses of... yeah, you know what? We don't need to get into the Beauty and the Beast Legion. And then with MGS5, why is Quiet doing yoga squats in the feckin' helicopter? Because you do actually have to take Quiet on a few missions. I found a mod last night that it's like, put on some bloody clothes. Stop being weird. Oh, I mean, null pointer. I knew who you meant. The thing is, if we play Metal Gear Solid 5, I'm bringing the dog. You all know that, right? Right, the Diamond Dog comes with us. The horse is good. Diamond Dog's better. And Averick, that's the thing I mean about the overreach with MGS5, is that it's so interesting, but it was definitely the kind of project that needed a strong producer or much tighter control. Like, I don't think we ever would have seen a completed version of Metal Gear Solid 5. I think it would have gone on for another 3-4 years before Konami went under. Yeah, you gotta wear sponsored Ray-Bans while streaming. Well, see, Quasi, this is the thing that we never really know. Japanese game devs are very bad about talking about individual contributions, mainly because, I mean, at least in the Konami space, mainly because of feckin' Kojima, who ended up becoming a semi-rock star in his own right, and was able to wield a lot of power in the industry, which Konami couldn't. It's been well documented that Hideo Kojima's success as an individual definitely put him at odds with Konami as a publisher. So how much of the fan service that was put into those titles was the publisher and how much was him, or who that was on the team, we don't know. But it is notable that the first title we've had since Kojima Productions became an independent operation, well, with Sony, there hasn't been the same amount of gratuitous boobs. Alright. There are loads of things that you can critique Metal Gear Solid 4 for. The length of cutscenes, the lack of player agency, how the story is constantly getting in the way of what would otherwise be a great experience. But the Beauty and the Beast unit is one that people come back to, which is a reworking of bosses from previous Metal Gears, except for they're all supermodels with varying forms of PTSD. And when you beat them, you can then go into a camera mode and just take pictures of them while they sing pop songs and stuff like that. Like, there's no carry through on the grounded element of it. And I think it was something that was worthy of the critique and more. And then with MGS5, we had Quiet. And okay, as a Metal Gear nerd, firstly, the whole breathing through skin thing, it's hot bollocks, because we know the end had a similar motion, had a similar maneuver, and he was wearing a jumpsuit. So, don't even. But secondly, despite Quiet being written as this, like, stoic, brutal sniper, their animation style and how they're presented to you is often as this, like, weirdly, uncomfortably sexy character. As opposed to someone like, God, I hate that I'm forgetting character names. Your cohort, who becomes Big Mama, in MGS3, the Russian double agent, who has literally gone through multiple surgeries to be like the femme fatale super spy. It's actually quite fascinating when you play as that character. In 3, you can look through her medical history and it shows all the varying surgeries and stuff that she's had done. So, Eva, thank you, Stammering. How did I forget that? Anyway, so I am thinking that we should do a little bit of MGS5 next month during the Great Bezos heist because big numbers, and I know it well enough that I can, one, have fun and show you the silly stuff, but also deconstruct it a little. You're going to be dining out on that joke for a while, Numbers, huh? Well, okay, so Air Dragon, while that is a theory, that's not something that we can confirm. much like with, say, wargaming's supposed ties to organized crime in Russia. So I tend to wizard veto those kind of discussions because we can't prove it. And when it comes to how Konami chooses to do their business, while it's always important to know where the money comes from, we have to be sensible about them. Mainly because, like, if you're in a room and you start having to talk to Konami individuals, you don't want to suddenly be like, "Oh yeah, isn't your publisher a front for organized crime?" That's a bad thing to have rattling around in your head. Oh, okay. So Null Pointer, it was lovely chatting with you. And yeah, when you've got some video games, come talk to us. You know we got you. Also, Null, hopefully you haven't gone already. So if I do this, hello. If you use the back end of the Twitch developer side, you can list yourself as a game dev for your games, which will allow people to click through straight to your title. It's really useful. So that's what the little gamepad is. Lets people know that you are a dev, and you can list the games that you've worked on. Okie dokie Loki's. Sorry, here was me completely getting off on... Here's me completely getting off on banter topics. So what were we talking about prior before we got onto the Kojima nonsense? Oh no! Now, Two-Head Dragon, you should absolutely be mad about Suikoden. Like, hold the embers of that grudge. Let it fuel your dwarven book. There's a whole bunch of stuff to be mad at Konami about and like how they've handled stuff over the years. I try and be careful when talking about industry rumor so that we don't propagate something that might be false or harmful. They're always important to bear in mind, but like I said, I wouldn't want you to be in a situation where you're having a conversation with a publisher and it just... something that has been internet theory spools forward as fact, offending people and probably getting you in a bad way industry-wise. Oh, we were talking about Spec Ops. I mean, friends, you know that I feckin' love meta-narrative games, so I will talk about Spec Ops until the break of dawn. What's fascinating is, like, you couldn't do a remake of Spec Ops. Like, because it was so reliant on subversion of expectation via meta-narrative. Like, one of the things that Spec Ops did that threw everyone for a loop was the loading screen. So throughout the game, you start off as a team of 3 special operatives sent into Dubai. Dubai has suffered a massive ecological disaster with a huge feckin' sand wall just absolutely burying the city and creating this weird, like, two-tone setup. The humanitarian aid that was sent in has stopped reporting back under the jurisdiction of this general who was like, I don't know, your mentor or your buddy, I forget. He kind of plays like generic dad figure role. So you and your team go in, and as you continue through this this story, it becomes more and more unhinged, more and more stuff unfurls. And one of the little quirks that it did was in a time of like generic loading screens and utterly bland shooty gun bang. They take the loading screens and they make them more and more and more unhinged as the game goes on. So like at the beginning it's stuff like, you know, be sure to press the right bumper to reload. You know, make sure that you do you know, L and R make you do a backflip, and by the end of it, it's like, they all died because of you. This is your fault. And that's what the fucking loading screens are telling you. Okay, Jonas, you're right. Whether they could or could not do a remake is another matter. but it would fail because the games that it's emulating don't exist anymore. Not in the swaths, droves that they did. Like during the 360 era, that's UE3, which was basically scratch built to make third person, like chest high cover shooter. So we were inundated with them. One of my favorite bad ones from that one, I think, is called Rogue Warrior, with Mickey Rourke. Because, I mean, if only for the ending credits that yeah, Rogue Warrior. It's $5 on Steam. Do you need me to move this forward? Do you need me to skip this forward? Are you alright? Anyway, so, I mean, if you, for some bizarre reason, want to play Rogue Warrior, it is on Steam for $5. But this was the baseline of what we were getting at the time. There were tons of titles like this coming out. And Spec Ops The Line dropped during this kind of spree of these. Yeah, Chornerus is correct. At the point, we had 5 different World War II series. Yeah, we had COD, Medal of Honor, Battlefield. God, we had a bunch. It was at a point where you couldn't really swing a cat for war games. And so that's why Spec Ops The Line was able to sneak on in there. Is it was targeted at people who wanted to play more shooty gun bang, and then made them fucking feel shit. It's great. Like, we saw it a little bit with the Blackout Club, but if you wanted to do something along those lines today, you really need to do like something that emulates the free-to-play games of service type titles. Maybe a Battle Royale or something like that. But how you would do a Battle Royale meta-narrative game, that's another kettle of monkeys. And I mean, in the same way that Spec Ops was able to sneak under the radar, like, we played Outcore recently, and Outcore is absolutely honest upfront. It is a meta-narrative game. It literally takes place on your desktop. Oh, and Scotty, Watto and welcome. So yeah, so Ikoa, you need to... Okay, what kind of games could you do a similar Spec Ops The Line style maneuver on these days? Well, we're in a strange kind of point where here in the Longship we see a lot of different games, so we might not be the best people to ask, considering like the breadth and depth. And Chornerus makes a good point that the Undertale Deltarune did start a run of meta-narrative indie games. Yes. And I'm really happy to see that. Okay, now, so Wraith, you're correct that going for a full-on Battle Royale would be much more difficult than something smaller scope. But let's take budget out of our brains for a second. What are the most common titles that we're seeing right now? So, now Quasi's saying like open world action adventure, yeah. Also open world kind of like construct and survive. I think has still got some space. We saw a little bit of that experiment with Mr. Bucket Told Me To. But sorry, I'm desperately looking through all of my stuff to see if there's a commonality. Aiko was saying to hide meta-narrative, you almost need to hide it all in one dungeon, mention it nowhere else. I mean, essentially, yeah. I'm trying to think. See, Last Year of Nostragaya does the Soulsian type. Now that one actively wears its meta-narrative elements on its shoulder. I mean, the game's story is literally meta-narrative. So I think the Soulsian format would be a very good one to work with because it has such a similar language from title to title. Visual novels, I feel that thanks to the thanks to the success of Doki Doki, I don't think you can do a meta-narrative in that space because anything you throw in, people will see coming a mile off. Starry was saying Hades types games. Oh, heck in a bin bag. Do you know, okay, if you were going to aim for a meta-narrative title, you need to do a Vampire Survivors type game. Because we've already seen a huge influx, and probably by next year we'll start seeing like the commercial attempts at the Vampire Survivors format. Yeah, that's the one I would recommend aiming for. I mean, one, it's low cost to develop, and two, everyone's going to be kind of inundated with them. Because they're cheap to produce, the gameplay loop is easy to understand, and there's plenty of space for articulation. Chonra says, has there been any meta-narrative life sim like Stardew Valley? Not to my knowledge. I was actually part of a pitch project for something like that. We wanted to see if we could do Stardew Valley but horror. Good times. Once again, friends, the game that you never make is always perfect. Sorry, Quasi, I gotta Google that one because my... Oh, okay, yeah. I don't think we've done Will You Snail. When did that drop? Oh, it dropped this year, okay. Fuck, I missed that one. Sorry, Quasi, I was keeping an eye on Will You Snail because it seemed like it was going to be doing some interesting stuff in the space. Completely missed it. This looks... yeah. Sorry. Well, I mean, Scotty, you and I both know that making video games isn't just coming up with good ideas. It's actually fucking doing it. So someone will do it at some point. And one of the interesting things about titles these days is that you can tackle the same theoretical concept and just do it better. But yeah, meta-narrative is kind of fascinating. And it's something that I'm genuinely inspired by. God darn it. We're having a nice peaceful morning. I don't know if do we have to play the spoopy games? If it does get too spoopy, I've got a chaser called Paradise Marsh, so we can balance out today. Because here's the thing, friends. Like next week, we're going to be playing the numbers game. We're still going to be hanging out and chatting, obviously, but in a way as to convince Mr. Twitch that we are worth the time. So that does mean that, like, at the moment, I just want to hang out with you lot loads. Yo! Oh, Quasi, you didn't have to do that, friend. I leant back and Steam went, Pring! Quasi, that's really feckin' cool of you. Oh, and Quasi and Numbers, I did call the PO box, so stuff should be here tomorrow. So again, thank you not only for sending kind things, but for bearing with me. Well, Sojourners, I understand. I understand why people do it, but honestly, the going hard on spoopy games in October is something that I will always be against. Because not all horror games are created equal, and sometimes we don't want to get the PSP scared out of us. One of the reasons why I want to do SCP Secret Files today is that it's not just one through narrative. As Megaboss was saying, there's multiple stories. Some of them are bangers, some of them less so, as we saw with like the Dreadix collection and stuff like that. Okay, sorry, Chornerers. Apologies for taking it too seriously. But I do see a lot of my my streaming peers who will go and play nothing but horror games all October. And here's the thing, that's 30 days. There are not enough good horror games that can be played repeatedly for 30 days. And I guess we are kind of coming up to end of horror. Yeah, I guess that one was alright, stammering. Feckin' grumble, grumble, grumble. Taunting. Okay, sorry, if you're wondering why I'm giving stammering heck, they made sure to post an artfully taken photo of their kebab earlier. Bastard. I mean, sorry, what? That just must have slipped out. Oh, and Wraith, like, that's very much my feeling. The other thing is that with horror, I try and find things that are interesting. So, like, Lost in Vivo was really fucking scary, but it also did a whole bunch of stuff that blew my mind. Like, its emulation of, like, a PS1 style inventory system, and then shifting between different eras of horror to do different things was inspired. Paratropic, that was scary. And its whole thing was subversion of expectation. It gives you a gun that you never use. I mean, I think we fired it off, but the gun isn't what's important, despite having incredibly detailed, precise reloading anims. It's fucking great. Phasmophobia is definitely one that I am fascinated by, but I don't want to play with people who are good at Phasmophobia, because like a lot of cooperative games, once you get past a certain point, you no longer see the thematics, you only see the mechanics. Oh yeah, and Wraith, let's not forget, we're still in Soma. Yeah. It was like, Scorn dropped recently, and that has an incredible visual style, but I don't know if it has anything to say beyond what if shooty gunbang but Geiger. Do you know what I mean? And puns? What, and welcome? Yeah, Vanderbeest! Like, you joke, but that's the whole feckin' point. It's Chekhov's FPS. We're given a gun, which we then, in full-on detail, reload in all its entirety, and then never use. Ah, Scotty, those were the days. Now, Fear was feckin' inspired at the time. And using shooty gunbang as pacing, like, of rubber banding you feeling like you were a badass soldier doing the Daka Daka in Control, and then removing that power when you had to deal with Alma, was genuinely inspired. And it fascinates me to this day that we see shooty gunbang horror that isn't able to capture that same level of rubber banding. But yeah, like I said, friends, whilst the Great Bezos heist is going on, we'll definitely be playing weird shit on Discord. Oh, Ikoa. Hey, thank you for coming and hanging out. As always, the conversation is exceptional. Yeah, okay, Jackie, the Callisto Protocol, that is going to be one to deconstruct to the hills and back. If you're unaware of it, the Callisto protocol is being made by a bunch of the ex-Dead Space team. It is Dead Space in all but name. Themes change, but the structure and elements of it are very much the same. It's horror, it's incredibly gory, over-the-shoulder, diegetic UI, the whole shebang. But there is also a Dead Space remake in the works, so it's going to be interesting to see how these two line up against each other. Dead Space received a lot of acclaim when it dropped, due to its incredible violence and also subversion of combat mechanics. For those of you who don't know, Dead Space's hook was don't shoot them in the head. After coming off the back of the first wave zombie craze, Dead Space said no, you have to dismember them to destroy them. If you shoot them in the head, they become more powerful. Oh yeah, Megaboss, the diegetic UI implemented in that kind of horror was just brilliant. Like, you don't get a break, you don't get out. In fact, the only time that the game pauses is when, I believe, when you're saving. Or when you're manually saving. Sorry if I've told you this 6 or 7 times already, friends. Sorry, puns just added. Dead Space was good at getting a leg up on the competition and supplying it manually, like this leg. The moment I realised that Dead Space was one of the greats was when my mate Andy sent me a DM on Xbox whilst we'd been playing that game for like 4 or 5 hours. And so I pushed the console button on the Xbox to bring up the DM, and the music and sound and everything paused. And I realised all of a sudden I'd been like holding my breath. Like both me and my partner at the time just went, oh. We started looking around the room, we're like, oh shit! Because the design, the sound design, the diegetic UI that does not give you a break, all leads to this very claustrophobic feeling. They made a gigantic spaceship feel tight and cramped and scary. It's fucking fascinating. And also, at some point, friends, we are going to do a deconstruction of Dead Space 3, because it's a fucking mess. But the way in which it's a mess is fascinating. I'm sure you all know the story about how much EA was involved in the meddling of Dead Space 3. Going so far as to add microtransactions, resources, and shareable weapons? Yeah, you could share your weapon designs with other people online, and then they could spend real money to have them built by buying resources in-game. Yes. Oh yeah, and Scotty, they played with the expectations of a third-person horror game so well. Like, every time you think you can get jumped in an elevator, you don't. And then when you finally stop and breathe... Yeah, so numbers, for Dead Space 3, they added a weapon customization system where your weapon was broken down into pieces and you could build your own gun. This was a misstep because users are tricksy creatures. And if you give them the tools, they will empower themselves. For me personally, my Dead Space weapon of choice was a grenade launcher with an underslung sniper rifle. So what would happen is I'd either blow a zombie's face off or place trip mines at ankle height in case they chased after me. And once they blew up, they would kind of raise their ugly torso, and I'd use the sniper rifle underneath to just do a big load of damage to them, and blam. So what that meant was that so long as I could see them, or even if I couldn't, I could handle them. As opposed to Dead Space 1 and 2, which used where each weapon had a distinct downside, aside from the plasma cutter, so that anything clever you tried to do always came at a cost. Oh yeah, and Fearless was talking about the... I think I saw the same interview where they tried to create the fear of open space. The zero-G elements in Dead Space are incredible because they remove your ability to hear around. and put you in an environment where you're on a limited amount of oxygen and 3 degrees of movement and 6 degrees of movement. I forget the terminology. And it creates something that is incredibly claustrophobic, even though you're out in space. And I still think that's inspired. Yeah. So yeah, Dead Space 3 is a game that I do want to do. I also want to do it as a co-stream with somebody at some point. Same with Fear 3, because multiplayer horror is still something we haven't quite mastered. And now that Phasmophobia is a product that exists, like, user expectation for group horror has gone through the roof. And what we can do technically in that space is inspired. Like, I don't play horror games very much for you all because, you know, people don't want to be stressed and scared all the time, or you eventually develop a level of immunity to it, which is less fun. Oh, Mr. Hoffman saying that the composer for Dead Space has the last name of Graves. That's pretty cool. One of the things that Dead Space 3 does that's very good is it messes with your perceptions. Sometimes you can see things that your friend cannot, and vice versa. And there are instances where you're in conflict and your friend isn't. So you're wildly firing at shit and your friend's like, yo, stop wasting ammo. What are you doing? And there you are getting like attacked from all sides. It's inspired. Fear 3 is not inspired, but definitely different and weird. And certainly different and weird enough that it warrants a conversation. But again, I want to make sure that we're playing those with the cool peoples. Let's put on a little bit more in the way of some tunes. There we go. See, this is where the discussion of what is and isn't horror is an interesting one. Left 4 Dead is multiplayer horror, but it quickly becomes an action cooperative experience. At least in my humble opinion. I mean, this is one of the things that's great about video games as opposed to other mediums, is that once the horror no longer hits like horror, you just have the core game underneath. Like, I don't know how many of you all remember your first time doing a playthrough of Left 4 Dead, but oh boy, the first time you encounter a witch, holy shit. Again, sorry if I've told you this 5 times. I was lucky enough that my first playthrough of OG Left 4 Dead was 2 TVs, 2 consoles, 4 people, together, physically, in the dark. And it was one of the best experiences. It was so good. And so that grounded us in the world, and while we could talk to each other, we were talking to each other physically as opposed to with that disambiguation of online, which meant that if one person was afraid, everybody felt it. The panic, the glory moments really worked IRL, but as I'm sure you've all experienced, by when you play Left 4 Dead a lot, like, the special infected no longer hold fear. They no longer have the ability to make you to instill trepidation. They are problems to be solved, certainly, but it becomes more of an action game. And Left 4 Dead, underneath the horror elements, is an exceptional shooty gunbang. It's tight, it's focused, there's minimal faff. So, it's an interesting one. Because that's one of the signs of a great horror game, is that once you have played through it, does it still have weight? Does it still have something to say once you understand the mechanics? Because we did a playthrough of Layers of Fear, and I remember playing Layers of Fear and being scared by it a couple of times. And then, oh, that was it. We had a crash. We had a crash while playing Layers of Fear, and we had to replay a certain section. And the moment I had to replay any of it, suddenly I could see the systems behind, and they were very simple and very droll. And from that point onwards, kind of like Layers of Fear was just sort of lost to me. But Wraith, if familiarity breeds contempt, how come you all hang out here for like 4 fucking years? I am sick of me, and I live with me. I don't know, you lot could go anywhere. But no, Wraith, I do agree with you. Like, horror franchises in cinema do suffer from, you know, the familiarity breeds contempt. Oh, it's a hate watch. Okay, Numbers. All right. I can understand that. It's fine. One of the things that I thought was really impressive was the American Horror Story TV series taking the same performers and swapping them all around in a different block. I thought was a really inspired idea. Because essentially a long-running horror franchise will always reach a point of parody. It's very hard to bring it back. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I guess I've been obsessing over the Evil Dead series for a long time. And I guess rewatching it to build my little Ash mech. Did I show you all? Okay, is there anyone that hasn't seen my Ash Army of Darkness mech? Because I will show you. But I'm trying to think of a good example. Yeah, Krypton, we're getting in there. We're almost at in data expunged. And Dory Quill, Watto and welcome. Come on in. I watched the new Hellraiser film. Everyone's performances, fucking brilliant. The new Cenobite designs, exceptional. It shot brilliantly and had one genuinely feature in it, which still makes my skin go a bit. But overall, it's kind of a bit of a. It's a very fancy hamburger. I knew everything that was going to happen, and did happen. It unfurled exactly how I expected, and the amount of stupid in it. It's like, here we have this puzzle box. What do murders a lot? Ah, no, the puzzle box has killed the person. Better go kill more people with the puzzle box, I guess. And I sat back, and I started to think that, like, wait a second, this isn't bad. The problem is me. I've been exposed to the whole of the Hellraiser series to the point where it's become formulaic. And as we were talking about yesterday, Hellraiser 2 was so counter to even its own formula as to become exceptional. Staring says, do you ever play Call of Cthulhu? You'll need to be more specific because there are quite a few Call of Cthulhu games. But Dark Corners of the Earth is one of my favourite games. There's a game that does genuinely need a remake, but... Sorry, just... Someone mentioned earlier on about Sony's aggressive remaking structure, and it made me feel sad again. Came out in 2018. Oh god, this was the one that was mired in so much. Well, you know, wait, was it this one or was it the Sunken City? The problem was there were 3 games that came out within a similar window, at least in my mind, which was Call of Cthulhu, The Shore, and The Sunken City. Now, Averick, fuck yes. Sorry, Averick was saying that the crossover point between meta-narrative fuckery and horror. Yes. I mean, let's be honest, that's where a lot of the meta-narrative concepts really did start. Like, Averick's mentioning Eternal Darkness, which... Feckin' hell. I really wish I could bottle the effect that Eternal Darkness had on the whole video games industry when it dropped. For those of you who don't know, Eternal Darkness was initially at a very similar point to like Code Veronica and pre-Resi 4 horror, but it had one little quirk that would make it stand out, and that is the sanity system. That as you took more damage, as your sanity waned, the game would start messing with you. With stuff such as, a spider crawling across the screen, and going all the way so far as to delete your save game. Pretend to. But, yeah, that feckin' bathtub, holy crud. And I guess we had seen some meta-narrative elements in, like, Metal Gear Solid and stuff like that, but that was the first time we really saw a mainstream horror title apply it. It's why people are so sad that Silicon Knights just couldn't seem to hold their shit together. Because they were set to be one of the big studios. And... yep. Anyway, sorry. That's a whole nother story. And Scotty, I've been pondering this all morning since it got announced. Okay, so friends, I'd love to know your thoughts and feels on this. This morning, CD Projekt Red announced they're going to be remaking The Witcher, the video game. The only noteworthy thing is it's going to be made in UE5. And I have been digesting this all morning. And the thing that struck me was that I could not tell you... Very droll. I could not tell you a single plot point of the original Witcher game. And I know I played it. What I remember is getting stuck in potion making and hoarding resources like an MMO. But I could not tell you the plot of that game. As opposed to, say, like Dark Souls, where I still remember it with such fondness. Even The Witcher 2 felt like a slog. The Witcher 3 was an incredible, glorious experience. But the thing that strikes me is that there was no narrative elements from The Witcher 1 that stood out. It was just a solid RPG that dropped at a bit of a dry point. And I'm trying to think of what I would look forward to in a replay of it. So, yeah, and Wraith, you're right in that it is a game that was built with a lot of old gameplay mechanics in that just don't snap anymore. Oh, so Hookshot, we were talking about meta-narrative, but we're talking about the announcement of the Witcher remake, and I want to get a sense of everybody's feelings. Now, friends, here's the thing. This is a no wrong answers type situation. In terms of business, it's not the smartest play to do a full engine remake of a game that's already on PC, but okay. In terms of like creative, I'm not sure. But I want to hear all of your thoughts and feels, because this is new territory. That's not to say that this is the first remake that we're seeing, but what we're seeing is a treatment of our art medium. Sometimes we see remasters, sometimes we see remakes, sometimes we see re-releases that solve technical problems rather than creative ones. Like, there's no precedent for what should or shouldn't be in these remakes. We've seen some gangbuster successes. The Final Fantasy VII remake, for example, which might as well be an alternate timeline game in its own right. And we've seen some stinkers. What was it? Not Killer 7. No, it was Killer 7. Was it Killer 7? No, it's the other one. Something 13. Oh, it was just called 13. Yeah. The remake of which... oh boy. That released last year. Sorry, I was having a look at the remake of 13, and the product page is incredibly negative, but the description is 13, the cel-shaded first-person shooter is back. Pre-order now for the Golden Classic weapon skins. I'm like, if any of you really have pre-ordered this, then you deserve to get fecked over. God. So yeah, so jumping back in. So Chenra says that they tried Witcher 3 once, hit a point where they couldn't keep playing. Okay. And Stammering said CD Projekt Red is switching from Unreal to Unreal from Red Engine. Oh, you know what, Stammering? That's a good point. This might be a safety project to get them off of their old engine onto a new one. This is a safe project that's guaranteed to sell, even if it's trash. So essentially, it's a learning experience they can charge for. That makes sense. Jolt Jab. So this morning, it was announced that CD Projekt Red will be remaking the original Witcher game in UE5. And I guess I'm trying to get everybody's vibes on this one. Like, okay, as a commercial endeavor, it'll probably sell. But CD Projekt Red have been bad at scheduling their projects, and they may go way over. In which case, is it going to make back enough for how much they're going to spend on this creation? Who knows? I mean, they have a very successful marketing team, so that does mean they're probably going to do okay. And I forget, what did they make Cyberpunk in? What game engine is Cyberpunk 2077 in? Okay, so that was their in-house Red Engine. Yeah. Okay, now this is absolute, like, scoffing mushrooms shaman level theory, but perhaps the development of Cyberpunk made the in-house teams go, if you make us use this engine again, we'll fucking kill you. So that could be a big part of the change, but rather than making the whole studio swap engines for everything, they're kind of offsetting it, because if they do what they said they were going to be doing, they're going to be developing a lot more content for Cyberpunk over the next, few years. Okay. Wraith says that they believe they're also partnering with another developer. That'll be interesting. See, there's another thing that we won't know until well after is, are they getting the other team to develop it, or are they working in lockstep, or what have you? Like I said, friends, having been at proximity to Halo Wars 2, which was made by 343 with assistance from the Creative Assembly, and knowing that the bulk of that game was made by CA, like, with these press announcements, you can never really understand who's doing the bulk of the work. So Chrystic says they recently replayed The Witcher and do feel at times it's so confusing to progress, and it keeps a lot of people from playing it. Quest lines needing Google to complete, clunky requirements for things, etc. I mean, so Chrystic, that was the thing I was trying to scrape forth from my brain, because I did play through the original Witcher, and I was trying to remember some of those plot lines, but the ones I keep thinking about are from 2 and 3. I just remember hoarding resources to be able to craft potions in the ilk. I remember having a similar feeling that one would get from, say, grinding for an MMO. So, but sorry, I don't mean to poo-poo anyone's thoughts and feels on this one. I mean, Cryotix, yeah, no, if you want to throw in a Witcher 1 quest as an example, because here's the thing. I have been very tempted by the Demon Souls remake. Now, I don't have PS5 money, and there aren't any other games on the PS5. I guess maybe Returnal, but like the PS5 does not hit my 3 must-have games rule, and we'll be seeing Returnal on PC. But I keep looking at that Demon Souls remaster, and I'm like, this solves a lot of the problems that I had with that original PS3 game, and lays forth an experience that I ricocheted off of, so... Yeah, stammering, it's either going to be Epic or just general PC, I forget. And one thing that is interesting is that I can't think of another game engine aside from UE5 that's had the same amount of press and prep, but hasn't been for a specific title. It has in fact been for everybody, you know? Because I was trying to think of other game engines that have had big announcements, but those have been things like
Stop that incessant
No!
clicking.
Hookshot. That's fucking cool of you. Thank you for gifting a sub to Indie Kylo. One more piece to the Bezos heist. Small bit of that PS5 money, eh? If the Bezos heist goes well, who knows?
Our 4 reptilian heroes have overcome the Ark villain Shredder.
But no, Hookshot. Thank you. Whatever it was I was about to say is completely dropped out of my head. Congratulations, Hookshot. You managed to take me out of the metaphorical knees. What was I saying? Nah, it's gone. Oh well. But yeah, remakes and remasters are something that I do not believe are purely bad. We were talking loads yesterday about Terror from the Deep. Terror from the Deep was the follow-up to the incredibly successful XCOM, like the OG XCOM, and it is inspired. Instead of fighting aliens from outer space, you're fighting aliens as they're coming up from the sea floor. Instead of having to equip your teams to be able to, you have to equip your teams with special diving suits and equipment. The way in which things can go wrong is fascinating, and it created some incredibly unique scenarios. Let me tell you, playing it's a fucking nightmare. I tried. I really tried, because I considered streaming it as a run-through, and it is so painful. But those pain points aren't creative ones. They're UI and presentation, how it's played, how it's saved. Things that we've learned since then. Things that we have iterated upon as an industry and have done much better. So the idea of creating something that takes the core of that experience and brings it forward for everybody now is a fucking great idea. Love to see it. Let's make it happen. Oh, we were talking about engines. Frostbite was the other one I remember having a big announcement. CryEngine sort of, but CryEngine was Far Cry was made both to sell CryEngine and also to sell copies of a game. You know what I mean? Frostbite was that was the big EA announcement, and it looks pretty, but I feel for all the teams that have to use it. The Fox engine, Metal Gear, made like 2 games. I guess, what was it? What was the one that they used for Horizon Zero Dawn? Because I know that's the one that Kojima Production ended up grabbing. Derry says, I don't remember how much noise they made about it, but Source Engine was pretty big. It did become very big, but it never had like a big old announcement. Yeah, so Ubisoft, Snowdrop, but that was part and parcel with the Division. Like, UE5 was announced and had a big run-up and proper front-facing press coverage as just a game engine by itself. I'm trying to think if there's been another similar one. It is going to be fascinating to see how these big engines are going to change stuff, but it's going to be a good time. So, does anyone have any more thoughts and feels on like remakes and the ilk before we move on? I've forgotten to eat anything that vaguely resembles breakfast, so I have to throw some toast in the toaster in a second. Thankfully, I don't think that Aperios is around, so I don't have to worry too much. Screenshots of me eating. And if you saw yesterday, photoshopped a fucking anatomically correct heart over my lunch. This is the kind of crimes I have to put up with, friends. Shenanigans. Shenanigans! Hookshot says we need to remake Magic Carpet. Do we? Do we have to? I always felt like a bit of a snob for never liking the Magic Carpet series, but just no. Just no. I'm sure somebody's done Magic Carpet in VR. Someone's got to have, right? I guess, like, I just wanted to restate my thoughts and my feels, which was, I am totally down for remakes and the ilks. I think that we are growing faster than any other, like, art medium, and because our stories and experiences are conveyed not just through observation but through experience, and we're learning how to do that better. I was watching a wonderful documentary about Black and White, its founding, how it happened, and how the team tried to rebel against the big chunky PC UIs of old, where like a third of the screen would be buttons and switches. And so with Black and White, they were trying to do something where almost everything was conveyed through gesture or through the environment. I don't want to call it full-on diegetic UI, but it was definitely the proto-concept of that. Okay, so Cryostix, I did not remember that questline at all, but that is a fascinating example. And yeah, The Witcher 1 especially, sorry, forgive me for this. The Witcher 1 especially does a really good job of leaning into that Eastern European dark fantasy subversion of expectation. So it could be really feckin' good. I will say, like, jumping back, if it is the case that they're doing a remake so they can learn how to use an engine before using it for something larger. Oh, Vanderbeest, no, I'm not delaying the spoops. I'm ready to... We can get spooping at any point. I'm just, like... I genuinely like talking about this. Like, feckin' yo. The Hookshot makes a very good point. The Witcher 1 also does a great job of objectifying women as literal collectible cards that you've had sex with. So let's see how that one comes through. Yeah, before we got Geralt in a bathtub. But okay, let us... Hang on, when did The Witcher 1 drop? The Witcher 1 dropped in 2007. Which, for those of you casting your minds back will remember, that was not a good time for representing women in video games. I mean, Ultrazini. The other thing is, I had like 10 hours of sleep, so I am feeling feckin' great today, and the conversation's exceptional. Yeah, Hookshot. The Witcher 1 came out in 2007 with an attitude towards women that was set in 1607. No, it was a feature where every time you had sex with someone, you got like a collectible in-game card. It was an achievement for getting them all. It was a situation of people not thinking about not just representation, but how mechanics reinforce play. That it's not a question of is it objectification if the characters are scantily clad. They are literally objects that you collect. Like, you can't differentiate. But it'll be interesting to see if things like that get a pass. And if so, it may bring some interesting discussion forward about how our industry has treated women creatively. Thief remake with ray tracing when? That's what we deserve. But we'll have to settle for Bloomwood. Thankfully, Scotty, they didn't go so far as to put stats on the cards, which would have been heinous. Sorry, I don't mean to be so hand-wavy about this. Like, it is something that certainly we've gotten better about as an industry and we're a lot more aware of. And it's certainly something that I want to see more discussions about. When it comes to sex and video games, we're still fucking terrible about talking about it. Yeah, we've still got a long way to go. Eagle Lives, how are you doing, friend? But it is something that I want to see discussed and pushed forward. I was chatting with some industry friendos, and they were offhand making jokes about making sexy games. And of course, my fucking industry brain was like, alright, well, yeah. Like, Eagle Lives, if you want to talk about it in DMs, like, I'm happy to listen, friend. It caught me off guard, something fierce. But we can't talk about it here on this recordable medium. Sorry, so jumping forward. Yeah, I was talking to friends and they were joking about making sexy games to make money. And I was saying that actually sexy games struggle to make cash unless you're already part of an established, we'll just say sexy fandom. Let's go with that. You know what? Let's start picking it up a bit. Give me some ninja sex party. And the reason being is that sex is incredibly expensive to represent in 3D space. And even then, no matter how good your team is, the amount of individuals you're going to be able to represent without having an astronomical budget is very limited. So you have to go specialist, and then that's a whole nother space. Well, okay, so Jackie, I know you were joking about full body tracking, but matched anims are the worst to do any kind of motion capture or full body tracking, because when you start getting two bodies too close, the systems go, I don't know what's what. I don't know what is what limb. Like, so, yeah. The irony is that when it comes to more inclusivity in sexy times, it's a technical question, not a creative question. Yeah. Okay, so Stammering, I am still not sure that we will see another Dragon Age game, but I'm hoping. My personal theory has very much been that BioWare has been announcing the Dragon Age stuff without EA's approval to try and garner support so they can release that game. Like, yep. Yeah, Vanderbilt, the video game's two-body problem is a real one. It's also why we have so many shooty gunbang games and stuff, because you don't have to actually have people touch hands. And Cryosticks, one thing that I do want to touch on, it is important for us as, you know, as white blokes in the industry to not speak for other people. So when it comes to The Witcher, like, giving femme-presenting folk the chance to talk about, especially those old 2007 games, is important, but not to speak for them in that space. Right, let's get horror. Because I don't have too much to add on that one. I was trying to see, there was something else video game news-wise that I saw. Oh, just Disney saying that no IP is off limits. Holy shit. That was what I did want to talk to you all about. Because, I mean, to quote Bacon Avenger, it's a trap. The idea that Disney would let you make indie games based on the mouse is fucking wild. Like, I saw that this morning, and I wanted to wait until I had some coffee in my system to kind of hit it, but like, okay, sorry, and the reason why that's so wild is that Disney have the strictest, I will say, style guides to such a degree as to be a feckin' nightmare to work with. For Epic Mickey, alright.
Actually, Your Majesty, you just sucked us through 26 dimensions.
For Epic Mickey, they had to take on one of the weirdest creative challenges that I've seen in feckin' years. So, Mickey Mouse has a very specific design. I hate that I'm blanking on the term when it comes to cartoon characters. It's not a style sheet, it's another thing. But basically, whenever you're working on a project like that, there is a strict set of rules as to how a character can be represented or shown, and how they can be drawn. It's more than a character sheet, but along the lines. And one of them is that Mickey's ears must always be facing forward. So no matter where Mickey is looking, the two ears are always straight forward. The idea is it's supposed to create an evocative silhouette. Now, that carries through to video games. So what happens when you have a 3D environment in the ears? Now, I'm actually curious to see if they did this for Kingdom Hearts.
Brian, do you think you could please warn me before you're about
Mickey
to
Mouse, Kingdom Hearts. Let's have a look.
Oh, God! All right, fine.
Yeah, they did.
Whatever, man. Let's ride!
Okay. No, there was a little bit of flexibility for Kingdom Hearts. So they didn't have quite the same problem. But those specific style guides are infamous in the industry because they are incredibly strict. And Disney will just straight up tell you to redo it or kill your project if you fail to adhere to their design guide, because their whole brand is built on very specific characters. And if you start putting out official Disney products that don't adhere to their style guide, it could result in their brand becoming diluted. Yeah, this is the language.
I know, it's weird.
And it's like, that would be such a time-consuming nightmare. Oh, so Scotty, with things like Sonic and things like that, the style guides for Sonic are less strict.
Oh, fuck.
Because there's different variations of Sonic throughout the era, but Mickey is a very, very, very carefully controlled character. So like Sonic in Sonic Adventure looks different from Sonic in Sonic 2, looks different from Sonic in Sonic Boom. like, each one will have its own design style guide. It's kind of fascinating. Hey, Jolt Jab, I hope your game stuff is going well. And when you have a product page or what have you, do let us know so we can start wishlisting it and stuff. Alright? But hey, it was good to see you.
Princess stood frozen, yet still so hot beside him. Damn. Then I heard.
I mean, Jackie, they don't have to have you killed. They just sue you into destruction. Right! Legit, I have not been stalling on the SCP secret files, but I do want to get into game. And you know I love having these conversations, friends. Mickey must always wear gloves to hide his horrendous battle scars from the Steamboat Wars. He's killed a man with those hands, and they show.
Stand back, Brian. I'm going to hug him. He immediately shattered both my legs and threw me across the room.
Alright. Just sorry, I'm just going to make sure I'm tagging the right SCP game before we get started. There we go. No, it's like I said, it's fascinating because Disney are so brutal to work with when it comes to style guides and branding and all of that. And the idea that they're just being like, oh hey, we want to work with any indies. I'm like, no, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Pull up, pull up. Alright. Stuff's updated. Should we go investigate some strange anomalies? Should we go get stuck in? Alright, I apologise, Danny Sexbang. I'm sorry, I said... I do love the magic crystal, it's just... We've got stuff to do! And probably have to do battle with audio levels. Oh, God. Well, so, actually, I don't know how much numbers you and Ket can actually talk about when it comes to working with Warner Brothers. But I can tell you from interactions with them, it's a feckin' mess. But mostly because what Warner Brothers has access to is very strange and weird. Like, there are some things that Warner Brothers has an exclusive license on when it comes to, like, video games and the ilk. But of those licenses, they only have very specific clauses. So back when they had Lord of the Rings, it had to be Lord of the Rings, but based on the cinematic universes, and then had to renegotiate for additional stories in that world from the Tolkien estate, because they were working on adaptations of Peter Jackson's movies. God. Yeah, I should probably get some feckin' toast, shouldn't I? Oh, look at that! It's a right big city! What could possibly mean? The gasp! I might need to adjust the audio levels a little bit. Oh, hey everybody! I'm Carl! Carl Asana. Stana? Astana. Just Carl. A few months ago, I was preparing my dissertation on a restaurant on L Street, and the pies were rather to my liking. I became startled when a man sitting across me suddenly shouted out something I didn't get the chance to read. After seeing that there were other empty tables in the restaurant, I said this to the man. Excuse me, I don't believe I know you. Is there something I can help you with? Or look, the seat's occupied. Find yourself another table. Well, I think Carl is very polite and a lover of pies. So, excuse me, I don't believe I know you. Can I help you with something? Without answering my question, the man continued talking to himself. Well, look, so here you are. You graduated soon. Clearly you need a job. Well, just so happens we have a job for you. The man pauses to add emphasis. A mysterious, mysterious job. A wonderful, wonderful one. Thank you, but I have no interest in your proposal. As anyone who's lived in the city has known, whenever someone asks you something, you say no. Excuse me, do you have that? No. Hey, can I offer you a wonderful job? No. Help me up? No. Do not refuse my offer in haste. He handed me a business card, and both sides of the business card were black, with 3 letters neatly printed on one side. SCP. Ooh. Okay, so far, as introductions go, I'm digging this. Click to open the envelope, or don't. Is that Wisconsin? Who recruits from Wisconsin? Yeah, even the business card is redacted. Alright. Let's open Carl's letter. Dear Mr. Carl, congratulations on becoming a member of the SCP Foundation. The Foundation highly values your knowledge and expertise, and we firmly believe that you are the one we have been searching for. Sorry, don't mean to make it sound like a fantasy novel, we're just giving you a job. You will assume the position of Assistant Archivist in the Archive Department, Group 3. Director Chuck will be with you as your superior. Please go to the security office in Sector... on the 8th to the 13th, 2012... Go pick up your employee card. We look forward to working with you. Personnel department to the site of Site 105, SCP Foundation. Secure, contain, protect. Deadshot just beat Control last night. Lovely. Control is such a wonderful game. What? Hey!
Obviously no one would expect to find horrors in Wisconsin, only cows and cheese.
Akira Zero, thank you for the 500 bits, friend. How are you doing? Coming in, coming in! We pop on over to the security office.
Since the beginning of civilization, the world has been full of unknown things.
Like cheese. Where does it
Due to
come
their
from?
existence, the balance of mankind's peaceful life has been upset. However, no matter how advanced our technology, no matter how great our scientific breakthroughs, there will always be anomalies that cannot be explained. We don't know where they come from, or what their purpose
Check out the
is.
phone booth.
These questions plague mankind.
That crown is
Affect
absolutely
our daily
cursed.
lives. It's because of this that we founded the
Sup, Big Chicken?
SCP Foundation, an organization dedicated to containing anomalous items, individuals, and phenomena. The SCP Foundation is committed to maintaining the normalcy of the world so that people may live free of fear, while ordinary people live
What
in
up, Bigger
the
Chicken?
We must fight anomalies in the shadows. We must prevent them from being exposed to the public, so that people may live in a rational and ordinary world. We secure, we contain, we protect.
And Deadshot, how are you doing, friend? Lato and welcome. Look, I'm just saying that someone found a way to make milk immortal. Yeah! Numbers, it stands for cheese. Secure, cheese, protect. Okay, Cotton Eye Joe is absolutely an SCP, or is someone with a drinking problem who doesn't want to admit it. But it's one or both. Oh, and Denshop, I'm glad you're doing better, friend. Alright, sorry, bear with me just a second. Alright, so bring the master volume down a little bit. And... sound quality high. Thank you. Why no controller support? Some of us have dodgy hands. Okay. Mission statement. Operating clandestine and worldwide, the Foundation operates beyond jurisdiction, empowered and trusted by every major national government, including Wendy's. With the task of containing anonymous objects, entities, and phenomena, these anomalies pose a significant threat to the global security by threatening either physical or psychological harm. The Foundation operates here to maintain normalcy, so that the worldwide civilian population can live and go on with their daily lives without fear, mistrust, or doubt in their personal beliefs. And to maintain human independence from extraterrestrial, extradimensional, or other extra-normal influences, like Cotton Eye Joe. The Foundation secures anomalies with the goal of preventing them from falling into the hands of civilian or rival agencies. Villains! Through extensive observation and surveillance by acting to intercept anomalies at the earliest opportunity, the SCP Foundation can help put a stop to Arby's. I mean, where's the meat coming from, Arby's? SCP would like to know. Well, so Scotty, I always used to wail on people for inverted mouse controls, but apparently some friends that have very most disabilities have said that it's sometimes easier to retract than push forward with limited motion, so it can be easier to go on through it there. So, sorry, for a lot of people it can be easier on the hands. Oh shit, it's the safety management manual. No flammable, toxic, or explosive hazards. Follow the confidentiality policy. No confidential file or item beyond the unit. Contact immediately the security department and accept a quarantine test when subject to being affected by containment. Always look at the board. It does make me miss the oldest house. Where's my bloody card? Oh, sorry. My apologies, friends. There we go. Okay, task information. Enter room 914. Okie dokie. And we cannot leave. It's partially secured. Hey, look, Akira Zero, this is my first day. Okay, 114, 901, 903. Well, I'm not clearing that up. Sorry, I'm always a sucker for checking all the tiny details and stuff like this. 908. 909. Hello! Can't check out anybody's stuff. Man, there is one person working this area. That was 14 where we were supposed to go from there. Remember your name! Okay, don't forget it. Several entities within the SCP can literally steal your name. If your name has been stolen, please head over to HR and they will assign you a new temporary name while the Fae are handled. Okay, well, if any of you needed the bathroom, I'm sorry to inform you that the bathroom is also locked. Alright, I gotta wrap my hand. Bear with me just a second, friends. Alright, where's my bloody door? Press WASD to move the fingerprints together. Love it. Oh shit, we gotta clean our office, friends. Maybe that's the first of the mini games. Ooh, the top secret anomaly collections. Oh man. Okay, I don't know if any of you managed to pick up the 2019 anomaly collections, but that was very pretty. Oh, good little plague guy. Who I believe actually heals people more than anything else. Oh, cool. And we have... Is it a skull named Harry or a bug that lives in a skull? Okay. Canonically, I'm going to say that the skull is in fact Harry. So, morning, Harry. I do agree with Dustin that ever since El Paso Nightmare, games should legally be required to have a meat room from now on. Just looking at all the cute little details. Look. There are environment artists who spent thousands of hours in spots like this. See what games we get on this thing. Okay. Oh my god, this person is 4 years younger than me. Okay. Okay, I have access to classified top secret archives. Please confirm you're aware and agree to swear by the Foundation regulations and absolutely not stream all of the things that you find. I don't know if we can run Crisis. Let's find out. Also, let's send some memes on the company email. Oh, ew, you're an 84, baby. I'm 85, baby. Yeah, Dustin. Witcher Remake, Meat Room. Cyberpunk, Meat Room. Super Meat Boy, Meat Room. All Meat Room. Okay. Each day, your superior will assign you tasks in the mission module. New task, the red button will blink to remind you. Communication with the site relies primarily on instant messaging system, where all information is processed by level 2 encryption. Please pay attention to the blinking reminders and view them promptly. Training is an effective means of information sharing in the Foundation. New employees must first participate in new employee training. And this place shows you sites around the world. Okay. Oh shit! Zoe's online! This is his third group. Oh, okay. Apparently what happened there was not good! Oh, so I'm the new member of third group. So, hello! Call me Carl. Disc room, meat room. Burger room, burger room. And I do want to apologize to everyone that's now having flashback noises, because I fucking am. Yeah. Okay, so Gent doesn't like us because we're from MIT. So who's Jonathan? Stuart's trying to de-escalate the situation by asking if we watched Rick and Morty last night. Tragedy? When the feeling's gone, you can't go on? That's all it is. Just a damn tragedy. Okay, Stuart just wants to talk about the fact that Rick from Rick and Morty was clearly a prior SCP informant. Gent just wants to be like, feckin' yo. Gent just wants to start a fight in group chat. Stuart's now mad that Gent called Rick and Morty a children's cartoon. And thankfully, our archive department has come in and said, if any of you are planning on getting some serious work done today, then please do me a favour and shut the hell up. Focus on your work. And like, there's people in logistics department spending time gossiping all day. Okay, so everyone's getting their files. So let's see. Zoe got... Ah! Alright, I give up. What should I do, boss? Okay, so we got to do the employee training. Yeah, late arrives to the office. You have 1,752 messages. We're just saying, hey, I'm honored to be given the chance to work here. Sucker. Young man, this place is not what you think. Abandon your past self and start again from zero if you hope to survive. No one will take care of you. You must demonstrate your own ability. Cool! Worst boss ever! The new employee onboarding will be hosted by Dr. Han this time. You will suffer, Carl. Prepare your vomit bag. Alright. Oh, Chuck says, remember, Carl, stay sane and always aware. Notice, the course you signed up for is about to begin. Please join the meeting training system. Now, here's the question. Do we take a quick break before we start employee training or after? That's the question. Though, unfortunately, I do understand now why... Sorry, bear with me just a second, dear friends. Okay. Feck it, let's do employee training, and then I'll get myself a sarnie or something. Or I'll feel incredibly ill and I won't want to eat. Okay, so current course, Raymond Ham, dressing meeting, online. Join conference, here we go. I do appreciate how this is laying itself out, like we're actually working at a facility from our terminal. J-Post, so far no horrors apart from MSN Messenger sounds. But we're about to begin our employee training. Our co-worker's a jerk, and our boss is mean.
Jason Carter is a death row inmate.
Oh,
in exchange for clemency, he has agreed to work with the SCP Foundation for 30 days. Upon completion of his work, he will be a free man.
He's not making it out of here, is he? This is gonna get spoopy, isn't it?
Jason Carter is now D503.
Cephalon Gideon, Watto and welcome. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, okay, so we're playing as the guy. All right. Yeah, I think D-Class being allowed to leave is an unlikely situation. This is fine. Okay, so the first things I want to point out, one, is I don't know if you've noticed that this has like a... I don't want to call it cel-shaded, but there's like a... almost a watercolor blur effect on all the textures in this area, with ever so subtle hints of cel-shading, giving it this kind of like story being told. Now, I don't know how spoopy some of these little stories are going to get. The one I played at PAX was not particularly like ooka booga booga. But the thing that I really wanted to show you all from this is something we've talked a lot about, which is, in horror, doing little snippets. Rather than doing one big old horror story, the same beat all the way through, is doing these little, like... doing these little vignettes. Because they allow us to do things that are a little bit more... Oh, cool, we're outside.
D503 was given no clear instruction of the task to be completed. He must find them out for himself.
Okay, objective, collect the waste. Okay. This seems fine. Oh! Don't flip the truck. This is fine, look. Piece of cake. A damaged petrol tank. Hard to decompose even after hundreds of years. Stubborn piece of waste. Okay, see, this is fine. Alright, let's head up onto what's the highest point? Let's head up onto there and see if we can get like a good viewpoint of what in the ruddy hell we're dealing with. Oh, wow. Just a huge open desert with apparently we're just kind of like collecting trash and getting it cleaned up. Alright. Yeah, it's a game about ponies. Nothing else. Okay, so dear friendos, I need to pee. And I should probably grab a quick snack so that I don't die. Watto and welcome. Coming in, friends. So to Gideon and peeps who have just found us, my name's Will. I worked in the games industry for 10 years. And I love talking about video games. So if you want to talk about video games too, you're welcome to come join us. I'm going to bring these down ever so slightly just to boost up the dialogue volume, which was pretty quiet. Yeah, I'm going to pee like a nerd. Aperios, how are you doing, friend? Robin's like, not me! I hate video games! Those are for nerds! Yeah, of course. As soon as I'm like, yeah, I should probably eat something, Imperios is like, boop. Terror. But yeah, so we just started SCP Secure. And it's a very interesting, like, UI vignette type title. Like, so far, all we've really spent time with is, yeah. Hang on, let me put some, I'm going to put some happy tunes on in the background whilst we're doing this. But, yeah, it's doing a very good job of creating this fun little world to explore through the medium of, like, the new employee setup. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Don't go anywhere. Here are some smooth jams. And then we'll continue, I guess, picking up trash for the SCP. Man, we're only going to do this for 30 days. We're going to be out of here in no time. There's no way anything bad happens to this character. I'll be back in just a second, friends. Hello there. Thank you for waiting. It's me, Will, with a bowl of stew, which I think I shall eat before we continue, just because otherwise, SCP shit's probably going to make it weird. Oh, Megaboss, well, I don't know if you're still chilling and illing, but have a lovely rest of your night, and thank you for coming to hang out. Yeah, we will be getting into this proper. And I've been really looking forward to playing this with you all. Like, as I was saying earlier, I don't like going too hard on spooky games throughout throughout October because there aren't that many good ones, but there's a handful. Yeah, getting the good stuff. But I also don't want to be trying to yummy down on this and the game decides, hey, guess what? Body horror! And I'm like, you know. And it's good to be back. It's good to be back. I haven't done the big announcement to the rest of the world about the Bezos heist yet, so I need to post about that. And also... Oh, no! Numbers, that sounds painful, friend. I still need to post about the fact that River is in a new video game. And Amos will be too, which is something to look forward to. What was I saying? Keep losing my own train of thought today. Very, very clever, I know. No, whatever it was, it completely dropped out of my head again. You know what? There's that theory that, you know, when you finally catch up with sleep, you end up being a bit of a stupid. It's definitely happened to me. It's like I no longer have the sleep deprivation and adrenaline keeping me going, and I'm just like... Okay, that makes me feel better, Gideon. That makes me feel better. Oh, okay. What was the... We were just talking about it earlier. The SCP Shooty Gunbang game. Because I was going to ask Gideon if they'd seen it as well. Pandemic, that's it. Gideon was saying they've had 2 frantic months and then everything slowed down. Fucking yard. Ours hasn't really stopped. Like, we got a little bit of a breather. We got a little bit of a breather because we went down to LA to see some friends. But it's one of those things that work is very busy and real life is exceedingly busy. So, yesterday I had to admit defeat with my internal organs and just let it sleep for the afternoon. And that was what we did. I was out cold for like 11 hours. It was great. I had drugs, and they were good. No, I had dinner, scoffed an edible, laid down, and then was unexpectedly high as balls. It was great. But yeah, the one I wanted to mention, Gideon, on the subject of SCP games was something that I was reminded of this afternoon, which was SCP Pandemic, which I'm keeping a hawk eye on, and I really hope gets the chance to kind of unfurl properly. Though what I would love to do with a big old shooty gunbang SCP game is create one where it's entirely possible for there to be whole swaths of the game played without having to like gun down seas of enemies. There was a Machinima series that turned into a live-action series where a large proportion of those videos have no, like, conflict in them, just the threat of, which I find really powerful. I mean, again, the poor Longships had to listen to me rant about this a million times because I love talking about it. But I find games that put forward a shooty gunbang core, but tweak how much actual shooting and gunbanging that there is can be really powerful. Hang on, I think I can phrase that better. Let's take Tarkov. Avoiding conflict in Tarkov is the surest way to success. And that is something I find very powerful. You either have to be the first person to spot the other person, or avoid them wholeheartedly. And creating something that you can have that experience without that multiplayer threat in it is difficult, but could be really rewarding. Alright. Food consumed. Right. Our agency-enforced lunch break has been completed. So, let's go clean up junk in an endless desert. Although I just had a thought. Hang on. That of all the activities that we picked the truck, and now we're doing truck-based activities. Coincidence? I think not. The SCP isn't really in the habit of coincidence. Alright. What have we got here? Discarded roadblock. Although triangular support structures are extremely stable, even it cannot withstand the erosion caused by the desert. Okay. One over this way. Nope, that's just a plant. Greetings, Big Pipe. Oh, a rusted iron pipe. Whose valve is too rusty to turn. Could have been recycled, but humans still chose to throw it away. Stupid, stupid humans. Oh, sorry, I was reading Flowers and Gideon's conversation about Warframe, and I was reminded why I don't tend to stream Warframe too often, because people will come in and try and explain the game to me, and I want to point to my founder's frame and be like, do you understand? A damaged tin drum.
I hope you ate all your dinner. That's a lot of desert you have there.
Ah, bravo, bravo, bravo. I hate how long it took me to get that. I mean, Gideon, what can I say? I love my Excalibur Prime, it's fine. But it's just, I will have people try and explain the game to me. And it is difficult. Sorry, Favor 6, where are my feckin' manners? And thank you for 300 bits, friend. So Scotty, I've played Warframe both with and without friends, with randos solemn solo runs in the ilk. And it is fascinating. I mean, honestly, in multiplayer... discarded tires. In multiplayer, Warframe very much becomes a speed murder game. Okay. Sorry, Hookshot says that Steam is getting rid of upcoming date as custom text. On the one hand, I've seen a few entertaining ones, like when the leaves turn brown or cats don't have deadlines. Okay. Okay, current submission: damaged petrol tank, discarded roadblock, rusted iron pipe, tin drum, discarded tires. Please pull down the lever to confirm incineration. Wait, we're incinerating the truck as well? Oh, now, Gideon does make a good point that one of the things that has impressed a lot of people is...
This was D503's first day of work. SCP protocol mandates that D503 now undergo a psychological evaluation.
Okay, so these are the different indications of what we got going on. Truck, sleep, food, evaluation. Please take the level 2 mental test to assess your current state. Please drag the left graphic fragment from the black square to fill the whole area.
Online. All systems nominal.
Howdy.
And howdy to you too. Hello, hello. How goes it, friend? How goes it? Sorry, and to Dreamer, where are my manners? Thank you for 48 months. A full-on 4 years maximum. Hopefully it's not time trialsing me. Good at maths. Yeah! Good math. Oh, so it was timing me. Alright. Today's work is complete. The system will settle in contract time. Boosh! We just got to do that 30 more times. Piece of cake, fish and chips, cup of tea, burger. Aw, boo! Not cool. Achievement unlocked. Still delicious. Alright. Nap time!
This was the first day D503 psychological data was collected.
This seems fine.
You're probably wondering, how can this job earn freedom for a death row inmate?
Well, stop wondering, because this is the SCP.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Raymond Ham from Site 83.
Everybody
Welcome
say,
to
hey,
today's
Dr.
training
Ham!
conference.
Hey, Dr. Ham!
Today, I'm going to share with you a little project I've been working on called SCP-7457. The desert you saw just now is SCP-7457. D503 is a volunteer who we invited to help us learn
Ponya
more
loves
about this desert.
Ponya loves ham.
Prior to the Foundation's involvement with SCP-7457, 329 people went missing in this area.
Okay.
As a precaution, we have introduced lockdown measures as we attempt to find the cause of these disappearances. As everyone here is new to the Foundation, It will be good for you to learn about SCP-7457. Let me explain how it works. Before we get started, are there any questions?
I have so many fucking questions.
Dr. Ham, I'm Will Barton, 3rd Special Squad, Site 86.
Hello, Will.
Before I came here, I thought I had a basic understanding of the Foundation. I've heard of these anomalies, but only in terms of human anomalies. I had no idea that SCP-7457 was a desert. How do we begin to make sense of this?
It's a desert,
That's
Will.
a
Work
good
it the fuck
question,
out.
Will. All the unexplained phenomena we are monitoring are being labeled anomalies. Human anomalies, regional anomalies, artifact anomalies, and various other phenomena beyond our control.
Joke's on
The
you lot.
work
I
of
signed
the
us up for a
Foundation
webinar.
is to isolate these anomalies and prevent the public from, shall we say, experiencing them? Okay, next question.
Hello, Dr. Ham. I'm Mark Harris, a research intern from Site 27. In the video, we saw D503 picking up garbage in the desert. Why did it do that? And what does this have to do with anomalies?
Okay, Mark. What I can tell
hi,
you
Mark.
now is that everything you see is part of SCP-7457. SCP anomalies can be a little difficult to understand at first. Just know that it, or they, have their own rules. Perhaps you'll understand what I mean once we finish watching the video.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on.
Ryan Hall left? Fuck you, Ryan. Oh, my name's Ryan Hall and I'm too
First
good
week
to do
was
training.
fairly normal. However, there was an interesting occurrence on the 8th day.
Alright, I'm up. Good. Though, the thing I keep thinking about is the mental fortitude that it would take to sit in a grey box for 8 days with a burger through a slot. Like, so if you're not sitting in that chair in this room, you're lying on a bed or outside. Like, whew. That's some pretty haunting concept. A Scotty with, okay everyone, today's mission is on LV-426. You know what, I'm not feeling great. I'm going to stay home for that one.
Let's have a look at what happened.
Okay, so now you can see the cell shading art style is way more pronounced. Alright, so get the one on the right first. Oh, God. Chuck doesn't want to play. Look here, Trachosaurus. Four-wheel drive my ass! Have you ever been in an endless desert that spits out garbage and steals your soul? Well, that's how it feels to drive the... Sadlin's like, wait a second, I've been to this part of Wisconsin. Alright. The surface of the barrel is corroded, the liquids inside is highly corrosive. Not great, but alright. I think our character is actually supposed to be from Wisconsin as well, so read into that however you will. God, I never thought I'd say this, but I miss the Mako. Alright, what have we got here? It's a broken air conditioner. Rusty air conditioner. Modern human beings cannot live without air conditioners due to global warming. Yet the use of Freon in air conditioners is also indirectly causing a global warming. Whew. Eeyore, I know what I said, and I said what I meant. Okay. Le garbage. What the fuck? A spindle of thick black cable wound too tightly to see what's inside. It's much heavier than it looks, and no one knows why. It takes a lot of effort to carry. That's not good! Just doing truck stuff. Please don't eat me, desert. Just doing truck stuff. This is fine! Yeah, it's only a little terrifying. Scotty saying Wisconsin looks like Borderlands without the colour. That is what they say in Wisconsin. Let's catch a ride. There's only two things that come out of Minnesota. Men and soda. And you don't look like a delicious beverage to me. The Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Okay, so let's have a look. Broken iron bucket, conditioner, black spindle, pull down to burn.
D503 had completed his task. However, he did not realize that he had already encountered his first anomaly.
Was that anomaly making noises? You know what? Not even going to worry about it. Not getting paid to think. She's not getting paid. Alright, so let's take our psychological eval test. I'm going to try and do this as quick as possible, so... Select 3 pictures with a triangle. 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 Where? Select 3 pictures with calculations that equal to 5. Okay, whoever D257 is, they need to stop showing off. Jerks. Nip time!
That night, D503's psychological data showed abnormal fluctuations. Analysis tells us that D503 is dreaming.
Okay.
Unfortunately, though, we have no way of knowing what he dreamed of that night.
Metal Gear. Sorry, there's a part of me that almost heard the PS1 disc spooling noise there, in a good way. I tell you what, friends, if you need something that is simultaneously very dumb and incredibly clever, watch Steamed Hams, but it's a PS1 game. Because yes, it is the same feckin' Steamed Hams joke we've seen many times, but... Oh.
The 8th day marked a significant turning point. The start of SCP-7457's impact on D503. Are there any questions before we go on?
Bet Will jumps in. Oh no!
Hello, Dr. Ham. I'm Spencer Jones from the Special Operations Department of Site-21.
Hello, Spencer.
It's still unclear as to why D503 needs to pick up all of this trash. If you wanted to monitor his psychological response to SCP-7457, Why not just leave him out in the desert? Why assign him these tasks when there are already psychological evaluations taking place?
That is a good question.
Okay. Our analysis has indicated that SCP-7457 produces a new cluster of trash every 8 minutes and 37 seconds. If waste collection is not done regularly, all that trash may soon flow into our world. It is worth noting, though, that the quantity of waste created here pales in comparison to the amount produced by humans. However, it still has the potential to become a significant problem in the future.
Okay.
By assigning these tasks to D503, we can monitor his reactions while also containing the trash. There is another reason, but we will get to that one later.
Okay.
Is it not the case that the Foundation is exaggerating the importance of a minor issue before the issue is fully understood?
Oh, Spencer's full of...
Okay, everyone. I must emphasize that behind us is the general public, who are wholly unaware of any of this.
Yeah, that was
Being
me.
meticulous and maintaining a serious attitude is essential at the SCP Foundation. Any oversight or underestimation of the enemy may result in disaster.
Thank you, Dr. Ham. I understand.
Good. Let's move on. The effects of SCP-7457 on D503 became most obvious on day 15 of the test.
This is fine. This is fine.
Due
This
to
is
the conditions
fine.
that day, we were only able to track his movements after recovering data from his radar. It was definitely a bad day. Perhaps the worst. Even for a death row inmate.
Well, Stammering, have a lovely rest of your evening, and to be continued. As a small aside, so for the Bezos heist... Oh, this is not good. Hold that thought.
D503 found a radar that perfectly resembled his own.
A World War II type, there's a lot of abrasion on the display as well as a handle.
D503 didn't seem to think much of it.
Yup. This is not good! Takes a lot of effort to carry. This is not good. Yeah. I think the reason why this is a training exercise is because this person absolutely does not come out of this okay. But one thing that's really worth pointing out, friends, is, okay, I thought this was going to be more like a minigames collection rather than the through line. But let's take a look at how much gameplay we're actually engaging in directly. We're just moving around the environment, driving, picking up trash. From a technical standpoint, this isn't overly complex. But as a way to punctuate a very almost visual novel style of storytelling, this is working brilliant. So yeah, discarded tires, handheld radar, black spindle.
Persistent adverse physiological reactions proved to be a challenge for D503. He still managed to complete his work on day 15. But then he encountered an incident. A sandstorm.
Yeah, Gideon, wholeheartedly I agree.
D503 walked in the sandstorm for a long time, but he couldn't seem to find his way back.
Sorry, Gideon was saying that whoever put this together knew how to make the most of very simple gameplay elements, absolutely. And this comes back into the thing we've talked about multiple times, which is it is about the user's experience more than anything else, and this seems to wholeheartedly understand that. It does a very good job of simultaneously putting us in the environment and giving us one step removed to observe everything. It's fascinating. And something tells me we just burnt ourselves and our own little hand scanner. Red Burning Dragon says this doesn't mean much if you aren't familiar with the SCP. I would disagree.
D503 managed to find a site just as he was beginning to grow weak with exhaustion. A site he was not familiar with.
Having a bad time, having a bad time. Because, like, Red Burning Dragon, I'm aware of the SCP as a setup, but I don't read it. I couldn't name an anomaly from another. And I think it does a great job. Ring, ring!
As the gnome is warned, hold on, it's gonna get weird.
Yep. Oh shit, and see, we're back in. Oh. This is not good! Bacon, thank you for the bits, friend. Telephone for you, sir!
Have you ever experienced a call from an unknown voice?
If you had, we're ready to believe you.
Approximately 13 hours later, a visibly trembling D503 returned to Site 8. We immediately performed a psychological evaluation.
Yeah. Answer the phone, Director. Okay, so take the level 2 mental test to assess your current state.
Major fluctuations can now be observed in D503's physiological data. The results of the psychological evaluation were so troubling, we had to abort the mission.
Fecal couch! Test failed. Fission mailed?
D503 was able to break away from the Foundation's control. He has seen the test results of other Level D personnel who were analyzed at SCP-7457. That's right. None of the Level D personnel at SCP-7457 have ever been able to leave this desert.
Alright, we got a truck! I say, let's just fucking floor it. Fucking wee! Don't go messing around. Can't you look to the future? Oh, my fucking truck! No, we're good! We're good! It's a little airborne, it's still good! Oh, we are driving past a lot of busted trucks. Alright, the truck's fucked, but we might be able to find ourselves a decent place to get some food.
503 heard the call.
From a dumpster?
Humans often believe that their fate is in their own hands.
Nuh-uh.
That all choices come from their own free will.
My immediate want to go and hide in the dumpster just to rebel.
They don't realize that we humans form only a small part of this world. Out there, in the unknown world, we are as insignificant as a grain of sand in this vast desert.
Oh, feckin' wet. This is fine. It's just a regular British telephone box.
This is where D503's instincts led him.
I am with Scotty on this one though, like, let's just nuke this site from orbit.
48 days later, experiment participant D722 found the radar that had belonged to D503. The radar was 31 miles away from the waste treatment facility. All the data we have came from this radar. People entering SCP-7457 will suffer varying degrees of psychological stress within an acute period. It manifests as a range of neurological and mental disorders, as well as severe and unexplained hallucinations. So far, not one participant has left the desert unscathed. The Foundation has tested 31 Level D personnel in an area spanning 2,267 square miles.
Lead Nora.
Our testing continues. When you work for the Foundation, you will face various anomalies.
Maybe we should stop sending people
Some can kill
in.
you. Some may drive you crazy, and some will make you feel that living is worse than death.
Well, Dr. Ham,
Let
you
me
sure
be
are.
very clear.
Good old pep talk.
SCP-7457 is just a taste of what you will face in the future. Before joining the Foundation, you were all leaders in your respective fields and industries. Researchers, special forces, FBI agents, national security experts.
Roblox program.
Well, SCP does not care how smart you are, how accomplished you are. It doesn't matter to them how many doctorates and titles you have. You are no different from helpless ants when confronted with these anomalies. Remember this. It is the most important advice you will receive. Do not take risks. You will die. You are not as special as you think you are.
Wow, Dr.
If you
Ham!
encounter an anomaly, put your pride and curiosity aside. Run. Because that's the only thing you can do. God won't protect you here. Welcome to the Foundation, rookies.
It's
I'm
so
Dr.
weird. This is
Raymond
just
Ham,
like going
and
through
this
state
ends
school.
the first class of our employee induction program.
Remember, friends, you're an ant. SCP ants. Alright, click here to add comments. Okay, the course was arranged appropriately. The lecture was qualified. The connection was alright. Notice of the meeting was punctual. Nuh-uh. Other supplements. I only saw a Boy Scout instructor scaring a rookie. Boom! Air horn. SCP-343, the Master Chief. Alright, so now we're gonna... Okay, so we don't get to explore, like, the UI. We do have to go into the friends section. Forgive me for not reading out the back and forth of the bants here, because it does... The chat moves a little too fast for me. Zoe's asking how we feel, and I'm like, yo, nah. How we feel? I could use an aspirin. Sorry, you'll have to listen. Oh, it's the Skype noise. That's it. Zoe just says, that was only the beginning. You've got to learn to get used to this. Everyone here wants to teach you something, Carl. Could go live with it. Oh, well, Zoe just invited us to go hang out or something. Huh. Okay, so the past hour has been torture. I don't know if the others managed. I don't know how the others managed to hold on. I messed up during the training session. I jumped off a cliff. I fell into icy water and choked hard. I don't know how I recall any of this because I have no memory of ever visiting cliffs or waterfalls. But it was so real. I can even taste it in my mouth now. That's the foul taste of the river water. But in any case, this is my first day at the Foundation. I'm gonna go to the cafeteria and get something to eat. Maybe that'll make my stomach feel better. I guess we're eating at our desk today. Okay, so aside from like the interactions with friends and otherwise, we can check in on the sites, and this just gives us news around other SCP Foundation sites. So the scientists at Site 71 have created a super material capable of releasing and absorbing extraordinary amounts of energy. The Anomaly Development Department hopes to construct new containment facilities using the super material. Over on 19, they're facing a shortage of D-class personnel. According to the Foundation's Experiment Resource Sharing Pool, Site 105 will temporarily transfer 40 D-class personnel to help supply. Over on 105, they found a critically endangered species that was discovered in a Guatemalan sinkhole. The Foundation agents believe it may be related to the previous escape of SCP-994. Now, that's something where I feel like if you know the different anomalies, that's probably a lovely little nod or an Easter egg. This is the point where my knowledge kind of like falls by the wayside. Okay. Level D fugitive personnel from D33921 from Site 17 was recently found in eastern region of Mexico. The Foundation has dispatched new FTM to arrest him. It is reported that D33921 obtained all special operations knowledge after drinking the clear water in SCP-769! Nice. Thus allowing him to break through many obstacles and successfully escape. Okay. Okay, so now we've had our training induction. Chuck is now handing out archival elements. And Gent's being sent out to do field work. And is being told to stop complaining about having to do field work. Alright, I'm ready for a new job. Okay, we're getting our first mission. Review and archive and organize them according to requirements. Do not underestimate the task at hand. Alright, I'll do my best. Again, nobody cares. Strictly follow the regulations and don't act on your own without authorization. Alright. Reminds me of my first mission. Wabba lubba dub dub! Stuart, you lovely nerd. Alright, so now we go to the files. Okay, today's mission! Enter data regarding the investigation reports to the archive system. Click the text with the red underline. After clicking the data, dragging effect will be activated. Drag it to the archive system to the right. Left click to release the data. It's uploaded automatically. That's fine. Okay, so click to play recordings.
I'm Agent Q from the Accident Investigation Department.
Greetings, Agent Q.
Containment breach occurred at Pony Station, and
fuck.
contact with the Foundation has been lost. Agent Bella Lawrence was given orders to enter Pony Station and retrieve the black box. Following is a transcript of the interview with Bella Lawrence.
No, don't go to Pony Island. Don't go to Pony Station on Pony Island. We lied! It's not a game about ponies! It's not a game about ponies.
Alright, 105. Blood pressure 175 over 110. Experiencing mild convulsions. Administer 5 milligrams of methanol to help control blood pressure.
We are not okay!
Bella? Bella? The drugs seem to be taking effect. Go ahead and ask questions. I can't be certain how long she'll stay awake for.
Okay, so we're...
Black box, Sparrow. Days ago, you were tasked with investigating the situation at Site 74, Pony Station.
Goddamn,
you were
Pony
assigned
Station.
to retrieve the black box. Now, out with it. Where is the black box?
I brought it back. I brought the black box back.
Don't lie to us. You never brought it back.
No, that's impossible. I remember. I completed my assigned task. I swear.
Hey, don't be a meanie, Shades guy. Not cool. I mean, you'll work for a foundation that deals with people who get brain scrambled on the regular.
We're not here to lay blame or point any fingers.
Now, my friend here is going to start laying out the blame fingers.
Bella, I'm terribly sorry to have to bother you in such a state, but it is critical that we find that black box. We need to know what happened at Pony Station.
It's just a game about ponies!
A mess at the moment.
That's fine. We'll take it slowly, step by step. Why don't we start from the moment you received your mission? Tell us what you remember.
I'll try. That night. Currently heading to mission site 74, Pony Station. We'll arrive in about 3 minutes.
It's just a game about ponies.
It's been 48 hours since the Foundation lost contact with Pony Station. SCP-701 experiments there have been ongoing. We have reason to suspect a containment breach.
What is my mission?
According to Foundation Security Regulation 709S, each site must have a black box placed in a secure area to assist in identifying the cause of an accident, should one occur. Your task is to investigate the situation and retrieve the black box.
Black box? Got it. Okay, I've arrived.
And I understand it's a large proportion of what this title is doing, but I've always loved the idea of one of these projects being based around, rather than being a boots-on-the-ground operative, but being someone in the space, if you know what I mean. And that's very much what we're doing here.
I'm able to observe the mission site from here, but it doesn't seem like one of the Foundation's secure facilities.
Pony Station, officially known as Site 74, was originally a hydroelectric power station. After it was abandoned, the Foundation repurposed it as one of their sites. Initially, it was used only to contain a few safe-level anomalies, but recently it's also taken over SCP-701. I don't know all the details. We won't know the truth until you retrieve the black box.
Got it. I'll complete the task as instructed and retrieve the black box.
Okay, that sounds fascinating, but what in the works? No, that sounds fascinating, Fearless, that this was something that was in development as a standalone concept. Well, that's bad. Alright, so... Can't counter. A device capable of measuring the humes of an area. Calculate the relative bending of time rate. Feckin' hell. Reality Anchor, a device capable of stabilizing the humes in the surrounding area. One of the best weapons for combating reality bending and reducing psychological damage. And a Y blocker. This injector... Inject this to stop neurotransmitters from behaving erratically as a result of unavoidable reality bending. It's a Polaroid of a cube. So press tab. Control to crouch. Red Burning says, 701 is a fun one. I mean, the entertaining thing is that those of you that know the varying stories of this get like an insider's view.
I've just entered Pony Station.
Retrieve the black box from the lab. Room 705. The elevator on the 7th floor. Sparrow. Must.
What's that? Bald Eagle, you're cutting out. Damn. This is out of the safe range. I'll place a reality anchor.
How? F to turn on, off the flashlight. E to place a reality anchor. Alright.
Okay.
Alright, much better.
Much better. Now let's find that elevator.
It's time to investigate! Alright. It's a quarter. A quarter from Ohio! Love it. Okay, so Tyler Cooper's journal. Alright. Today I read Dr. George Thompson's research log on SCP-701. Could it be true? Has he really been performing complex experiments on chimpanzees this whole time? What could he have planned? Does he not realise what he's up against? The whole thing is turning into an ungodly mess. It is now abundantly clear why the Foundation transferred him out to Pony Station, leaving me to take over his post. He was performing the experiment all wrong. The whole direction of the project is wrong. SCP-701 holds great potential, and I still believe that. Well, I will have to adopt a new method of study. Efficient, fast, direct. It all begins tomorrow. It has no downsides.
I've heard of this guy. A bit of an eccentric and a thrill seeker.
Duty regulations, don't leave early. Oh, the spare key to room 101 is placed under the flower pot in the visitor's lobby. Oh! Fucking... Fuck you, buddy! Why? Oh, that's Dr. Heminen. He has an obsession with collecting strange, wooden monstrosities, apparently. Gideon, you knew that was coming, didn't you? I mean, thank you for not spoiling it. Also, thank you. Yes, it's nice to see the SCP mandated. Oh, hello. The SCP mandated mannequins have been dispatched to this location. I will not notice the rope around its neck, and you can't make me. Storage room, not open. Just keeping an eye on all the assets. I guess after yesterday, I'm kind of conditioned.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And to Miss Nomas, thank you for gifting a sub to Gideon. That's really fucking cool of you. Oh, well, not that plant. What have we got?
All the plans, including the project schedule that follows, have been disrupted. The actors of the whole site is theirs. They managed to procure a goddamn script from God knows where, and they've taken over my laboratory accordingly. And Dr. Cooper, or whatever his name is, in particular, he puts on airs every time the operation starts as if everyone should listen to him. Who does he think he is? I have to let him know who's the boss around here.
So, the Dreamer says, here's the question. You've lost contact with Experimental Station. Do you send a team? Why do you send a team of one? So this is one of the things where I think the SCP hits so hard. Because, alright, throughout the years, the whole concept of, shadowy agency that handles nonsense. It's not a unique one. We've had the BPRD, we've had the Men in Black. It's something that's been a concept for quite some time. Piss! Oh! Stupid ass lighting plant! Alright, so there's the key. Oh, it's a light smap above. What makes the SCP Foundation a great conceptual space is, one, it is written by a lot of different creatives rather than one, giving it this genuine feeling of strangeness. Like, the breadth and depth of the different kind of anomalies is incredible. But the other thing is it feels very much like a real government agency. It doesn't feel cohesive, it doesn't feel caring. The SCP doesn't really... It has an important job, certainly, but it doesn't... It treats its employees as tools to solve a problem. Endless bureaucracy, yes. Oh, and apparently on the file, SCP-107 is referred to as the Hanged King's Tragedy. Interesting. So in this case, the reason they're sending one person is because it is procedure, and it is cheaper to send one researcher to investigate than it is to send, like, a team of special operatives. If this person dies, then, well, they know they need to send in more people. And if they succeed, then great, regardless of the state they come out of. Because the amount of equipment and resources to send in a strike team is more than just sending an intern. And that's... yeah. No, so to Dreamer, I wouldn't say they're underfunded, but there is bureaucracy atop bureaucracy. And because of the risks of what they do and the funding that they have, there's probably so many different procedures and protocols you have to go through. I'm trying to think of another good example, but I don't have one. Yes, Fearless, you're right. That's a great way to describe it. They're callous but not cruel. They're clinical, detached, and divorced from normal ethics. They don't send people out like to die in a mustache-twiddling way, but they need to work through the process. Okay. Oh yeah, and so Dreamer, I don't disagree with your questions and saying like they'd go through interns at a rate of knots. Oh, and Reinhard, whatto and welcome. Well, yeah, so Reinhard, the recruiting of death row inmates for the mostly lethal experimentation situations. There's a dark thing about how, you know, people going through the justice system have little to no rights as is. Oh, good. Mannequins are back. Alright, I hear you, Jangles. Jingle jangles. Well, so to Dreamer, I think the theory is that they have a standard procedure, which is one person is sent to check out, probably so they don't accidentally send a special ops team on something that's going fine. But also, again, it's the idea that some resources are more expensive than others. Yeah. And when you think about the amount of bureaucracy that they go through on this one, like, not every situation turns out to be an anomaly. No, I do not like that. Oh, goody. Mannequins for days! Make me go into the mannequin room. Good. Great. Oh, and the mannequin's gone! Oh, hooray. Brilliant. Dream is saying having a buddy system like this might counteract it. Absolutely. The only reason I can think of why they wouldn't implement something like a buddy system is in the event of a containment breach. They might be more successful. And you don't want them tracking something nasty back in. Alright, I get it. I've got to go this way. I don't wanna. And again, to Dreamer, I hope you don't think we're picking on you, because they are interesting questions. Another piece of media that I highly recommend watching is called Troll Hunter. And I'm desperately trying to remember where that film was made. But it's about a government agency that protects people from trolls. And it's fascinating because it shows what a real government agency would be like in such a space, which is underfunded, woefully undertrained, you know, with little to no resources. This is a secret organization, so they have all the funding, but also an inordinate amount of bureaucracy. Like, that's what they do. That's what they do battle with. Thank you, guys. Came all the way down here, expecting to get mannequined. But no, it's like, Dreamer, I think this is an interesting point to pick apart. You know. There's also a lot of left hand, right hand. Well, again, there needs to be a better term for it, but because of the sensitive nature of the work, teams don't often provide their field agents with all of the information they need.
This must be the elevator. To the 7th floor, then.
Let's check out here first. Oh, the computer's busted. What have we got here? Warehouse management, some cool shit. That looks redacted to me. How redacted.
Offered. The hanged king we served. I serve my king with my blood. Blissful suffocation, sacrifice of sin.
This is bad!
Some kind of poem?
Oh!
My head.
Drugs! Drugs, drugs, drugs! There we go. Woo!
Holy shit.
Whoa, and Gideon, so like, siloing of information plus unreliable detection can cause these problems. The other thing is the idea that certain SCPs can infect people by concept.
I'm very familiar with cognito hazards. I've been trained to deal with them. But this wasn't anything like that. I couldn't breathe. It was like there was a knot tied around my throat. I was weightless, hanging, gasping. No matter how much I struggled, nothing helped.
That does sound terrifying. But perhaps it was just a nightmare, though.
Oh, fuck off, Agent Q.
No. We wake up from night.
You work in this. Don't be a dingleberry. Yeah, so Lost Flowers there. Apparently, reading that poem triggered the effects of 701.
Are you kidding me?
So Rhino says they still remember one page about mimetic hazards that linked to a webcomic. I mean... Oh, we are doing bad. Yeah, let's get ourselves a good reality anchor going. The mannequins are watching me. Oh, okay. So Fearless was saying that because the fact that it's a cognito hazard, which sounds like a cool X-Men, it's more dangerous to send a team in because sending a single specialist reduces both the potential for catastrophe.
I guess I'm taking the stairs.
And the possibility of having to deal with other people who have been compromised.
Locked.
Do 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 do. I mean, Control is an incredible game. The interesting thing about Control, though, is we do tour through the oldest house from the perspective of someone who has, like, oh, I forget what the term they used was. It was like super cognitive or something along those lines. No!
What the?
That was just rude! Did you eat me? Sorry. Duke Soninto, the chains of fate coil like poisonous snake. It is not only me they seek to entangle, but also you. Golzalo, the curse before death is frightening indeed. Mercurio, get this meddler out of my sight. Let dead men remain speechless. Mercurio extends the noose and strangles Satino's neck. Traitor! Usurper! What? That was good! Fucking mannequins judging my Shakespearean stylings. My king. I really want you. Help! So I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that The Hanged King is like a play which its actions become reality or something along those lines. Oh, okay, so here's a fascinating one. Gideon hasn't played this. Gideon, I assumed you either knew this game or had played it a lot. So you're going through this with us? Okay. Isabella. If the lies of the monarchy were to be recorded in a book, the activists would never know a moment's rest and would eventually become overburdened with fatigue. Maid Beatrice. Empress, Lord Antonio is here! Isabella. Oh, what's that you say? My estranged son? Why? Would he come to see me in the convent? Go get me my very best dress at once. Prepare a glass of poisoned wine, which is different from regular wine. As you say. Maid Beatrice leaves. Isabella. What sad truth! The dice rolls with lies and bears my name. And the martyr, under the conspiracy, shares my own flesh and blood. That fancy education in acting paying right the fuck off. Oh! Oh, no, I pushed the wrong button. Did that on purpose. Everyone's a fucking critic. Mannequins. Spooky noises. Yeah, did you hear that performance, mate? Yeah, that was fucking spot on. Now, I don't know if Fred's here, but if any of you have ever seen Red Dwarf, it does add one theory, which... Okay. Whilst it's initially put forward as a joke, it's one that I think about a lot. Which is the ability for mental fortitude beyond the standard. So if you... Knock, knock! Of course we can't get in. So the idea that in Red Dwarf, the reason why Lister doesn't go mad and just jump out of an airlock is because of a certain level of mental fortitude, mostly attained by, you know, being something of an orphan, but also from, you know, their humour and lifestyle choices. You know, the idea that the quippy shit talker would actually have a certain level of mental fortitude when it comes to, like, situations in the bizarre.
This cognito hazard, could it have something to do with SCP-701?
Of course it does.
The situation here is much more serious than I expected.
Yeah, Daydreamer, they have a learned coping mechanism. And a learned coping mechanism that can be applied to supernatural or... Oh, god darn it! I've forgotten all the cool terms that they use in Control to refer to situations like this. Ah! Fearless, I hadn't even thought of that, but that's fucking great. The line in Everything Everywhere All at Once that silliness isn't a frivolity, it's a necessity and strategic. And I always liked that as a premise. Okay, so we're from Encrypted. Miss Irene Mabel, recently former assistant Dr. Dyla Cooper. Miss Amanda was demoted because of her refusal to carry out the experiment orders given by Dr. Cooper on the 16th. She was injected with a Class A amnesiac and sent away from the site. To fill this role, at the behest of Dr. Cooper himself, site management has decided to promote you to the role of Senior Experimental Assistant. Hooray! Your interview and authorization session will be held today at 13:30 hours, room 177. Please come prepared. Cake and card will be provided. Okay. So, whatever was going on here, even an SCP-ranked scientist went, nah, mate, that's too nasty. Act 3. Pascone? Gonzalo Antonio. Isabella Ludovico Francisco. Scene. Covenant. Inn. Act description. To cover up the truth, Gonzalo orders the arrest of 3 men who witnessed the Queen's confrontation and imprisons the Queen in a convent. Gonzalo then goes after a secret meeting with Ambassador Alagadada. After learning of the Queen's captivity, Antonio begins his plot for revenge. Look, it wasn't even... Okay, don't judge me, mannequin. It wasn't even an acting scene. Those were just stage directions. You know, exit stage, pursued by a bear. But yeah, so Rhino, that was another one that the SCP stuff has done very well. But again, presenting the idea of transmission of SCP-type nonsense through concepts and the ilk. Okay, instant clipping. On December 19th local time, a mass incident involving several students in the auditorium of Presenter High School took place. The incident escalated into a violent riot with a fighting on mass scale. The incident reportedly took place in the auditorium while as all participants were in the process of This triggered the audience to attack each other, resulting in 13 deaths and 27 injuries. The cause of the incident is unknown at this time.
This must be the archive room.
Oh. Okay, so Act 3, Broom Convent. Gonzalo kills an eyewitness and orders the royal chef to make a stew from his body. Oh, I just had stew for lunch! No! The witness's daughter, Alinda, is placed in the Covenant. Antonio and his squire enter the Covenant to confront the Queen. She tries to kill Antonio, but he sees through her plan. She is left to suffer the consequences as Antonio and his squire evacuate the monastery, where they encounter the prison... Behind me, isn't it? Okay. Okay. The Black Rattel? Black... Alright, let's have a quick look before we start playing any tunes.
It's all very unusual these days. Many people have come to the site, but they haven't registered with the authorities. I've heard that Cooper and his team are rehearsing a script into a play, and that all participants are required to record their daily status. My experiment has to be put on hold because there's no one left to work on it. It's not right. I'll write an email to the minister and inform him of the malpractice going on here. Who's there?
Okay. So the new Doctor decided to accelerate everything by getting everybody to perform the play, which is clearly cursed to shit. Okay, press E to switch pages. Alright. The Hanged King's Tragedy. The Hanged King's Tragedy on disc. On VHS. That's a knife. Okay. So this one has that potential to be like a recorded anomaly. That the play itself, regardless of the format it's on, very evocative of the Yellow King. Oh, sorry. A little bit more. There we go, jobs are good. Scotty's like, these mannequins are like weeping angels on beta software, probably. But no, it was one of the fascinating things about The King in Yellow. Because The King in Yellow is not a great book. But conceptually, I was always fascinated by the idea that it's a play so powerful that it'll drive anyone mad. Perhaps a play not of this world. Oh, Satan's got a King in Yellow tiki mug? Those who drink from this will know madness. A Rhino with clearly this won't turn into a King in Yellow situation. Someone with too much power. Whoa. What it feels like is that they gave it to a different Doctor who had less scruples than the previous one. but unfortunately also had less less caution. Tyler Cooper's journal. Okay, at first, most of the on-site personnel were apprehensive about participating in this project, but after distributing some SCP-701 documents to a few volunteers, they became widely circulated, and a number of people who were coming to sign up suddenly increased. It's rather curious how it happened. I haven't quite figured out the reason behind it yet, but it's welcome news. I'll take it as a good omen. Now I've managed to mobilize the entire station to participate. Every single person. It's my chance to prove myself. An opportunity like this doesn't come around every day.
Dr. Cooper needs so many volunteers. And what on earth is this SCP-701?
I mean, we now all know what it was. The thing being distributed was like the "come join the play," or it was that poem that procked us. Number says the King in Yellow is playable Cthulhu Wars. I like that. Yeah, it's feck off. Call of Cthulhu meets Jackbox.
Finally, luck is on my side. This ought to get me to the 7th floor.
Alright. The old up is good, down is bad. How far down will it let me go? Ah, had a feeling. Rehearsal notice. The Hanged King's tragedy. Sacrifice everything. Rehearsal notice. First group, May 23rd. 7:46 a.m. at the conference room. I'm not getting up that early.
Rehearsal notice?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on here? 4th floor again?
Oh. That's not good.
The way out of here might have something to do with these clocks.
Oh, okay. So if you go back to tab, and then... Where was the... So there's the script. Documents. Ah, here we go. So 7th room will take place at 9 p.m. Sorry, yeah, 9 p.m. It's like, if it's something that doesn't pertain to the play and making the play happen. Yeah. I should have realised when we went down a floor and were on the 5th floor that things weren't acting as they should have. Oh, okay. So... Okay, so for the 6th floor, it's 11:11 a.m. So we need to kind of... Yeah, that should be right. Oh, here we go. And the last one, which was some ungodly hour in the morning. 7:46. Wait, did I do 7:06? Okay. Can tell I do not use a standard clock anymore. Showtime! Alright. Piece of cake, cup of tea, fish and chips, England.
I've never
Bella was mumbling a little bit there, but she said she's never seen values that low in the reality warping, so this might be worse than she thought.
What is that smell? When was the last time I cleaned this place?
What is happening? I will say it's a lot of the things that keep happening are very much automated, so it's like I don't have to worry about where I'm putting stuff. Well, and there we go. Yeah, we're rubber banding IRL. Mannequin stew. Wire cutters.
That voice again.
Voice.
I serve my king with my blood. Blissful suffocation.
Tell us what it's
Drugs. Drugs, drugs, drugs. Drugs, 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 drugs.
No.
Drugs, 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 drugs.
Bella, are you feeling better now?
No!
Suffocation. Like a rope looped around my neck.
I hate that my
pulling
brain
tight.
immediately went to Papa Roach lyrics.
Helpless. Hanging. Nothing around me. Just my feet dangling. Struggling. Fighting. It will swallow me and make me its slave.
Bella, you are completely safe here. Nothing can hurt you. Okay, let's continue.
The situation there was much worse than expected. Much worse. I knew I had to get in touch with the Foundation. I managed to find a phone, and I called her backup.
Congratulations, you wiped out another facility.
This is Sparrow, 09868, for Bald Eagle. I'm at Pony Station on the 7th floor. The situation here is much worse than expected. I need backup.
Bella, are you sure this is actually what happened?
What do you mean? Yes, of course I'm sure.
Come on, Bella. Try and focus.
What are you talking about?
Bella, you never made that phone call.
Of course I... What?
Pony Station was completely cut off. There was no contact with the outside world whatsoever. A phone call? That would have been impossible.
No, but I saw...
What did you see, Bella? Tell us what you saw.
And Lizzie, Watto and welcome. Stars. Nope, no, nope, no, nope, nope. No touchy. No touchy. Oh! Ah! When attacked by an unknown source, it is wise to run. I am running! Oh, I'm not supposed to go that way. I'm supposed to go past the... Wait, where? Hold that thought. Drugs, drugs, drugs. Drugs, drugs, drugs. Take it away! So Lizzie, this is the situation around Pony Island.
Anything about that.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Police line, do not cross. Not a chance. Those are some angry trees. Okay, let's see what angry trees are about.
We're evacuating. Damn it. After the show, everyone went crazy. Some killed each other like beasts. And that damn evil white monster. This was all destined to happen when it brought in that script. Everything that happened here is all Cooper's fault. It's their fault! This will be the last recording from the experiment. The hydropower plant was shut down forever. And no doubt my experiment will also... What's going on? What's going on?
Those spurs, they jingle jangle. So, I wonder what he was working on. I don't know if we have any details on what this was, but it seemed like some kind of impressive forest. Like, it kind of feels like whatever that forest construction was, that it was... Electricity needed! Electricity's for nerds. Yeah, so Lizzie, welcome to the containment station that was founded to study Pony Island. And the cost of those for whom dabble in a game that's just about ponies. Okay, so the SCP-107 script's been out for a week, and the participants have had minor rehearsals as described above. But one thing continues to baffle me. They always seem to recite the wrong lines. Every single person. So it's strange. It's almost like it's orchestrated. When I try to correct them, they become defensive, insisting that they read the correct line. But other than the minor hiccup, everything went well. I'm very much looking forward to the first full rehearsal in room 705, and the day after next. After a full rehearsal, all will bear witness to the potential of SCP-701. And my name will become synonymous with it. Tyler Cooper, the genius behind the experiment, who managed to tap its endless potential. This is history in the making.
What is up with this SCP-701 experiment?
It's not good. I will say, though, while this has had a few jumpy jump scares, it does feel more exploratory. I don't know, I'm more jazzed to find out how this unfurls than I am in trepidation of the monsters. It also doesn't involve sharks, so I'm fine with this. Okay, incident clipping number 2. On April 27, local time, 5 students were involved in a collective whah incident at Cleveland Institute. At the Cleveland Institute of Arts and Drama Club in Ohio. Another facility member died of stab wounds. A janitor was taken into custody as the suspect of the incident. His statement mentioned that 4 students used the whah from the ceiling during rehearsal. This was repeated by the last remaining person after they assaulted the teacher. The teacher died 2 hours later. Following forensic investigation of the scene, it was determined that the janitor had no clear motive for committing the crime, and he is currently undergoing further observation in a psychiatric hospital. I also think that there's definitely something to do with the fact that this particular way of telling these stories really shows you like the effect and the cost. I don't know. I'm very much enjoying this, friends. Even if it does do me to spooks. Shut up! No! Though after we played Infra, so electricity needed. When do we turn the bloody power on? Don't tell me we're going to pick that up. Oh, no, it's the last rehearsal script for Act 4. Palace Covenant. Act description. Gonzalo obtains poison from Ambassador Alagada and plans to hold a banquet to poison the ministers. They gasp. Later on, Gonzalo is faced to contend with his conscience. In a monologue, he describes his remorse for his crime, but he knows there is nothing he can do about it now. Antonio, Alinda, and the squires escape from the convent, and Antonio promises Alinda that he will extract his vengeance and marry her as the new queen. Just grab the lighting. Yeah. I think you're right, Flowers. We've got to head into the foresty area. Because it strikes me that the forest concept is some kind of, like... I don't know. Some sort of powering system. I just don't know how. Oh, here we go. Oh, and one more experiment report. This is the last one. Okay, so... This experiment was a multi-object project, including SCPs Hwah, Hwah, and Hwah. The experiment was primarily focused on the researching the process of reality distortion, led by Dr. George Thompson. The project lasted the duration of 5 days. During the first 3 days, 2 Rorschach tests were conducted on SCPs Hwah and Hwah. A level 3 hypnosis experiment was also conducted on level 3 depersonal influenced by SCP Hwah. Whew. Okay, over a short period of time, the experimental subject revealed varying degrees of immersion state. On the 4th day, claimed to be being in a primary forest. The trees here are mainly Sequoia and Pinus caribea. On the same day, the hume level of surrounding environment was decreased to 37, and on the 5th day, the described scene began to evade reality, causing the original experiment site and 6 experimental subjects to go missing, and the project was forced to be suspended. No further investigation. Dr. Thompson believes that the experiment was primarily influenced by the reality-distorting effects of SCP Hwah, and thus can be considered its creation. Detailed experiment code can be found later. Okay. So suffice it to say, what experiment was run here brought this forest into reality. That is fascinating. There's a DJ turntable there. Apologies, dear friend. We definitely need to turn the power on. I just can't find where. Because that's the Spook Lord. Down there is the power cable that seems severed, but I wasn't able to do anything with it. So one last check around here. Apologies if I'm missing something frankly obvious. And I don't think that Megaboss or any of the peeps who have played us are still hanging out with us now, so I can't get us a cheeky reveal. It could be that we had to read one of those reports before we were allowed to progress. I'm not entirely sure what the 27 stands for. Lockers don't appear to be giving us anything. I mean, we'll check the office one more time, see if there's like an obvious control panel or otherwise. Though the game has been very good about its clarity of like interactives and QTEs, so either I'm failing to spot something or I'm failing to proc something. Do you know what I mean? Ah! Just wasn't quite close enough. Oh no. The mannequins. They have been released. Yeah. It's just, I mean, Lost Flowers, I knew you were right because of the carefully constructed, like, focal point through the forest. And this does hint at some of the other things that I've really liked about SCP or inspired type works, is the idea of using these varying anomalies to do good in the world, rather than just having them as, you know, only threats to be contained. Oh, thank you. The mannequins are showing us to our seats. The idea of, for example, like combining a time anomaly and a growth anomaly to create trees or crops very quickly to help with... Oh. Sorry, I gave the mannequin a bit of a Charlie horse there. Okay, so this is 701. This is where the play was performed. So this is where we're going to see the proper feckery. Okay. The reality anchor is set up, but oh boy, does it not feel like it. Get over there. Yeah, I'll push over some mannequins. That's what you get for scaring me, you jerks. Oh, that includes you too. They get back up again. Ah. Friends, we might have a Chumbawamba protocol situation. That they get knocked down, but unfortunately they do get back up again. Oh, here we go. Act 5. Banquet Hall. In the banquet, Antonio bursts in and confirms Gonzalo's murderous crime, as well as his own lineage. That's the point where you'll have to go, Gonzalo is deposed by an angry mob of ministers. Instead of killing Gonzalo, Antonio exiles him to the convent. Antonio then orders his squire to plan his wedding with Alinda, and then the end plays with a dance by a group of courtiers. That seems fine. The do's and don'ts of safety goggles. Seems like something we might need, but... Alright.
Why does it look like they're all going to the same place?
Oh, you know. It's because everyone's either going to take part in the play or to watch it. Reinhardt says, hey, I have a feeling, friends, that we're going to need a lot more than just a whiskey drink, a vodka drink, a lager drink, and a cider drink to handle this situation. See, here's the thing. I have set myself a personal challenge. No drinking until Friday. And I've been sticking to that studiously. And then I have to go and play a game like this. Challenge mode. My God. For the threats we've faced as the SCP Foundation, of all the horrors and monsters that the Longship alone have faced, this might be the one thing that we're not prepared for. Community theatre. I don't think we have enough firepower to deal with that type situation. Well, if we're going to die horribly, might as well get some good seats.
The black box.
Ah. I like the idea that the black box is kind of playing like the little sidekick theatre from Near Automatic Tomato. Gideon was... There's a surprisingly large number of community theatre SCPs. That's because they're already cursed. Oh, door's open. Thank you. And remember, kids, dare to be stupid. Do 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 do. Video games have trained me to look under stairs, which I never do in real life. Oh, look at this little guy! A well-constructed handmade doll with the tag SCP-049. Aww. Thing is, after playing Lobotomy Corporation, I love that little Plague Doctor. He's saved so many of my runs. The Plague Doctor and the Angel. Hi, I'm Wooden Mannequin, and welcome to Jackass! Okay, I can't remember if the Plague Doctor has a downside. I know one of the things in Lobotomy Corporation is the Plague Doctor can't be contained. So, that's where they become problematic. And in the process of looking after your team, he can sometimes pull them away to cure them, or sometimes unleash things. Well, so Lizzie, feckin', did you hear Perios got me with the check under my stuff? I went to check under, because you got me with a check under the keyboard, which is fair. Perios was like, yo, check under your stream deck. And I'm like, what? There was a tiny enamel pin of a shark. Shenanigans. Wait, does he kill people on contact? I thought he was the good one. Shit.
Bella, we really need you to tell us the truth here.
What do you mean? I'm telling you the truth. I completed my task. I retrieved the black box from Pony Station.
Looks like the cognito hazards really did a number on her.
What are you talking about? I'm fine.
Bella, there was no black box in sight when we found you.
That's impossible. I'm positive. I know I had it in the escape elevator.
And there is no escape elevator in Pony Station. None of what you're saying adds up.
Hey, don't be jerks.
That's impossible. It's just impossible.
Look at me, Bella. Try and focus. What really happened?
What really happened?
Bella, think carefully.
I...
Yeah. Here's where it's gonna get bad. Though I'm gonna go back to here to see if we remember anything. God, there was this old film that I think about a lot when it comes to this kind of like either unreliable or intentionally unreliable narrator. And I hate that I keep forgetting the name of it. So it was a late 90s, early 2000s kind of initially pitched as kind of like a teen horror that turns out to be like a brutal God. Okay, and the premise of the film is this. A outcast girl from school who wants to get with the hot cool dude invites everybody to like a Halloween party in this like bunker and has their friend lock them in. And initially the story is told like it was like a cutesy, you know, they all started fighting, but then they all made up and they were all friends in the end. And then it retells the story of what really happened. Not Cabin in the Woods. And it ends up being more like a brutal survival thing. I don't know, I think about that one a lot when it comes to unreliable narration, because the first act is exactly what you would expect from the posters and the advertising. And then it unfurls that no, it was brutal. I think Freddie Prinze Jr. was in it? I can't remember now. But yeah. Okay. So here's what actually happened when we went to community theatre.
What's all this?
Alright, brace yourself, friendos. Shit's about to get ready. Yes! Sadlin, the hole! How was it I couldn't remember that one?
We commemorate this victory
Huzzah indeed! Huzzah for the Big Tipper! Let gasp! Also, what's feckin' brilliant about this is in terms of like economy of work, all the mannequins, all the same model. We've already researched the play so we know what's unfurling. They don't have to do full on-stage motion capture here to really ham it home. Like, this is a great example of economy of work. Looking down at my feeds to see if I am, in fact, a mannequin as well. Oh yeah, well, so Gideon, they've put a ton of effort into the static environment, which is what makes scenes like this pop. The ridiculousness of this whole set, the mannequins, that are at the same time cartoonish and threatening. Now we check.
Fuck, not again.
Oh, fucking hell! I am running! No! God darn it. Sorry, friends. I tried to pick up the thing. And it seems to be the last part of the play.
Pony Station will have to be locked down. That much is for certain.
Being very calm there. Okay, so Cooper's Journal 4. The rehearsals have officially begun and positively brilliant. My hands are shaking now as I write. This experiment, the exciting adventures ahead. Although, some sections stray from the original SCP-701 script, everyone remained perfectly in character, wholly consumed by the act. The audience, too, seemed to be entirely absorbed by the performance. And strange things, though. I noticed a certain something. A person, perhaps, appearing on stage, and he wasn't one of our original members, but, well, he was quiet and reserved, rather friendly. And a tribute to Ambassador Agada. That must be the truth. The splendid, magnificent truth. Hang the traitors! One in one. Hang the betrayers for ignorance. Together, the news. Hang them to alert the world. Cheers and cheers all round for our great king. Let us bask in his glory. Together, we followed him. Blood of the fools we offer to thee, hanged king. The writing that follows is obscured by bloodstains.
So SCP-701 is a script. One performance and now all of Pony Station is ruined. Dr. Cooper, what have you done?
Do, 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 do. It's alright, they'll pop back up. Checking under stairs. Sorry, friends, we were talking about this the other day on like trained behavior amongst players, and video games have checked me to always check under stairs in video games. Yeah, so to Dreamer, I'm with you there. What did Dr. Tyler think he was going to achieve before it all went the way of the pair? That's what I'm kind of curious about. Like, what potential did he see in... Oh, sorry. I was going to go this way, but menacing mannequin says I have to go this way. What was Dr. Tyler hoping to achieve with the...
Those mannequins again. Where are they heading? But where have all those volunteers gone?
Oh, okay. So this is the very opening. Act 1. ballroom inn. Description. The king, Tronculio, passes away, and the king's brother, Gonzalo, succeeds him as the new king. At the coronation, the drunken queen confesses that she colluded with Gonzalo to kill the old king and hang his body from a tree. The queen goes on to confess that the great nobleman Antonio is in fact the son of the old king, and as such has a legitimate claim to the throne. Antonio scoffs at this, but upon returning to the inn, he meets the ghost of the old king, who confirms everything. Ghost king, la 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 la, ghost king! Blood we offered, the hanged king we served. I serve my king with blood. Blissful sassification. Well, so Daedreamer, at least on that one, you never really know. So, like, even in internal documents, they redact the names of the SCPs. So, being handed a thing, you might not know that it comes from or is related to something that's being studied. So, like, the guy whose research into, like, temporal anomalies and trees got wrecked, he wasn't aware of what Dr. Taylor was working on, but he was aware that he was working on a different project. To the detriment of now everybody in this facility, information that should have been shared wasn't. As these mannequins seem to be pointing us out of the facility. Also, one thing I really appreciate is the art style in that last vignette game about the worker, because it was told as an instructional video, had that cartoonish cell shading vibe to it, because like it was being shown to you on an instructional video, whereas this is going for a haunting sense of realism. Well, now we know where every employee is.
SCP-701, the Hanged King's Tragedy.
How about no? Bear with me just a second, friends. The audio's being a little odd, though. I'll try and bring down the background and the sound effects, and definitely the UI a little bit. It's almost kind of like our main character is getting quieter. Can we GTFO? No, we cannot! And Ultrazine is saying that most SCP Gone Wrong stories boil down to information that should have been shared, wasn't. And oh, sorry about that, friends. My apologies. Oh, sorry about that. So the question is, how are we getting interviewed?
I serve my
Who's there?
What the fuck?
This is fine. Ah, there's the dagger which we saw from before.
Sacrifice his head and seek redemption with his blood.
Man, this theater production got better.
A despicable usurper does not deserve the glorious crown.
Oh!
What the hell is going on? It's the goddamn cognito hazard again. I need to leave right now.
I'm a mannequin, and therefore... Oh, God! Please do not stab the mannequins! Stab and not! Where do you little shits keep getting axes from? Why do we have a stock of those? Oh, this is going to be way nastier than we think. This is fine. Stop warping reality! I need to go home! Does anyone want anything from the corner? Yes, that is right. All hail me! It seems that your powers of perception are as wet as a warthog's backside. But we're talking kings in succession. No king, la 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 la, no king.
With my blood, I serve my king. With my blood, I serve my king. With my blood,
You fools, there will be a king! You just said.
With my blood, I serve my king. With my blood, I serve my king.
This is fine. She's ad-libbing, everybody. Does this every now and then in rehearsals. Don't worry about it.
With my blood, I serve my king.
Her condition is unstable. I've just injected her with a sedative, but you need to let her rest for a while.
Thanks, Doctor. Well, let's go then.
What? We haven't found the black box yet.
You still don't get it, do you?
Get what? What do you mean?
A black box is merely a vehicle for recording the truth. But a black box isn't always a black box.
You mean...
That's right. She is now the black box. Got time for a cold one? Because our work here is done.
Yeah, I assume alcoholism is pretty much standard for SCP employees.
I serve my king with my blood. Blissful suffocation. Sacrifice of sin.
This is the last time I go to any off-Broadway shit, you know what I'm saying?
The black box has been properly contained at Site 105 and pending further investigation. Above is the full record of the inquiry.
Okay. Alright, so... So here's the varying recordings. I don't know what we do with them, because the idea is click the red underline. After clicking the data, dragging the effect is activated. Left click to release the data. Okay, so first one. 701, The Hanged King's Tragedy, a 5-act revenge tragedy from the Caroline era. Performance of the play are associated with psychotic and suicidal behavior, both among audience members and participants. In addition, the appearance of a mysterious character, SCP-70 7011. Historical estimates place the number of lives claimed by this between 178 and 173 over the past 300 years. Okay. Oh, God! Caldera, no, I think that was just you! My brain did not go there. Okay, so in a typical case study, SCP-71 incident took place May 2007. A group with a test experiment was presiding over Dr. Tyler. Alright, so here's what happened. Like, Dr. Tyler brought it in. We know that it is the Hanged Tragedy. And that they need to continue an evaluation of Bella. Okay, so this is just, we get to construct the order in which that everything comes together. Oh, but there's additional stuff. Oh, shit. Okay, this game is feckin' grand. If you get the chance to pick this up for yourself, please do, because I don't want to go through all the details, but we go through the data here, which we recorded from our gameplay. And then if we go over to the archive, this adds what is going to happen. So, like, SCP-01, all materials will now be triple locked at the archive storage site. Currently, it consists of 2 items. Currently extant copies of the script and a 1985 trade paperback edition. 21 diskettes and a video of Expunged. So here's a description of what happened. And this goes fully into details of the effect, like weeks before it drops. And then last but by no means least is the event. Fascinating. Though it still doesn't say why it was attempted. But fascinating. And now we're just Skype DMing our friends saying it's smooth sailing and we can handle some more. Yo, taco night for celebration! So, are we really being used as a living being? Are we really using living beings as a tool to contain anonymous objects? Hey, MIT boy, I've seen a great many field agents. They are prepared to sacrifice themselves at any time in order to complete the task. Secure, contain, protect. For them, it is a creed worth paying the ultimate price for. And it is our duty to record all of it truthfully and honestly, so that people may remember them forever. I understand. Yeah, to dream around with you there. Tyler was just a hack. It sounded like he was a babu that got promoted and was trying to, like, flex. Okay, question. Do you reckon the old place is similar to, like, the oldest house, but like a drinking establishment? Awesome. Let's get drunk. Let's get shithoused! Stuart's like, how about taco night? Or donut night? I guess Stuart's like the one that doesn't want to get riggedy shit-faced. Okay, to celebrate completion of my first evasion, my colleagues threw a small party. And it all started to grow on me. My colleagues and this place. I started to really enjoy all of it. Maybe it was all the drinking. It was the drinking. And I dreamt I was lost in a strange cave. Okay, yeah, tequila is too strong a drink. Get an espresso. Now, see, Reinhard, what we do is we go for tacos. We go tacos and beer. Then we go drinking. And then we have donuts in that order. One of the best donut places in London, I don't even know if it's still there, but Crosstown Donuts is usually open until super late. Okay, so the site news seems to have stayed the same. Alright, so let's see what we get file-wise. Fucking hell. Alright, so... An object of an irregular clay pot has been found. It's an organism, a womb, the earthen womb. Oh. Has been classified safe by the Foundation. Okay, so not every one of these is one we have to play. So object class safe. And then we've got containment procedure, perspex disk, and this is the earthen womb. So this is kind of fascinating that we really are, like, at least playing a little bit of these recorded events. Next up, these are incredibly sturdy trees. Feckin' yo. Okay. What I might do, friend, is when we get into the next kind of like game section, then I will take a quick little bathroom break before we continue. But this is fascinating that it's not all just these little mini vignettes or mini stories. Like, they're actually having us go through the process of being an archivist. It's kind of fascinating. Yes! Scotty, that's some great feckin' news. Scotty's informing me that Crosstown Donuts are not only still in operation, they have 14 sites. Now, Crosstown Donuts are not good if your goal is healthy living. They do a glazed chocolate and truffle donut that looks like the most basic of basic donuts that you could get from like Krispy Kreme or whatever. But under that basic ring and chocolate glaze is the most top tier dark chocolate truffles that have been feckin' baked in. It is dense as dark matter. It is a feckin' threat and I love it. Yeah, to those of you based around the London area, you want good donuts? We got you. And I have a feeling, friends, that a lot of the details I'm skipping over here will be feckin' brilliant to those of you who SCP it up quite frequently. I can't believe I just said SCP it up as an unironic term. I'm moving for them a little quickly, just because I only have so much reading in the tank on a daily basis, and I don't want to do the writing in this game a disservice, if you know what I mean. Apparently it's 5 minutes to 4 o'clock. No idea what that means. So what are they talking about? Eel's saying that they have disappointing donuts in Toronto. The shops focus on fancy and impressive with what they're dipped in their toppings, but none bother with the actual donut itself. See, that was one of the reasons why I got so obsessed with Crosstown, is that they do rotating fancy donuts that are very impressive, but their base tier stuff is godly, and they did a cinnamon swirl that I still dream about on the daily. Now, in Seattle, we've got Top Pot donuts, which is pretty ubiquitous, which are very good. There's also, you know, Krispy Kreme and stuff like that, but I still, like, Crosstown is good enough that even in this, the land of the donut, I still think of it. Oh shit, there's a monthly lecture we can go to. Somebody famous? Oh shit, Dr. Trevor! I love his podcast. Alright, I tell you what, friends. Let's have a quick break before Dr. Trevor's lecture, because, you know, I don't want to miss out, and it's good shit. Let me put on some smooth jams in the background. I want different smooth jams. There we go. No, that's the same jams. Why are you like this? There we go. Yeah, because like I said, I don't want to miss Dr. Taylor's lecture. It's really rare that we get to see him live. So, yeah. If you want to grab a cup of tea or a snack, now is the time. And I'm back with you all in a couple minutes. Scotty, why are you like this? You know what? Actually, I can't be mad at you, Scotty. I'm the one that brought up Crosstown. I do this to myself. But I'm vaguely blaming Stammering Gamer, who is flashing pictures of a kebab all around Discord like it's no big deal. Does the Longship as a Discord just serve to mess with me now? Is that its primary purpose? I wonder. Alright, friends, I'll be back in just a second. Sorry, I waddled past Dan and Fiona, and I was like, well, if you'll excuse me, Dr. Taylor is doing a monthly lecture, and I am going to get the good seats. Got me wrist brace on. I got me pot of Doritos. I was going to bring the bag, and then the guinea pigs mistook the Doritos bag for salad, and are currently very mad that they are not getting fresh salad right now. Not like they haven't been fed. No. I'm getting second breakfasted by my guinea pigs. And Lost Flowers, I know what you mean. Like, not everything SCP-wise is out and out, like, dangerous or deadly or otherwise. Because it's a group writing concept, we get all sorts of different variations. So, like, there's also ones that are neither positive nor overtly negative. Ones that have upsides but costs. It's actually one of the things I thought Control did really well, was by kind of wiping the slate clean, they could pick and choose the best little stories and bring them together. And this is by no means a diss against... this is by no means a diss against the SCP stuff. It's just... a lot of them are overtly horror. And what we can see is... the nuanced SCPs are definitely the most interesting, you know what I mean? Anyway. I got snacks and I pushed the wrong button. Let's attend Dr. Taylor's lecture. Interesting, count me in. Alright, here we go. I like that the other lecture is anti-memetics from entry to amnesia. But anyway, here we go. Daniel Trevor in Daniel and Dragon. All right. Everybody shut up! It's Dr. Taylor! Shh. Dr. Taylor's on.
There are many stories in this world. Some are read widely all over the world. Some are hidden in dust and known only by a handful of people. Today I'm going to tell you a story no one else has heard before. A real story of mystery and wonder and adventure.
The story of the man who
And
just
then
went
you
for one
too
beer.
Will become the guardian of this story. The story takes place in a world of long ago. The hero of our story is a little boy. His name is Daniel. One day, out of nowhere, Daniel got a serious case of chickenpox. It made him look like a strawberry. To make sure he didn't spread it to others, Mrs. Page, the principal, had him isolate in an attic. And so, in the attic he lived, all on his own.
There's no way this story has an unhappy ending.
Mr. Daniel, while up here in this attic, you'll have plenty of time to practice your penny whistle. I hope you'll practice well and prepare for next month's art festival.
Or I'll have your parents
Mrs.
eaten.
Page, the melody is so difficult.
Don't give up, boy. You don't give up before you fight.
Okay.
Daniel was reluctant at first, but he trusted Mrs. Page, and he knew he should listen. And so he practiced the penny whistle.
Okay, right now, this game is eating Annapurna's lunch, and I'm fucking here for it. This is great. Oh shit. Okay, ADSF. Here we go. actually have to pay attention, and I can't have my battle snacks. It was at this point Will knew that Damien was stopping him from going full Battlestar Snackalactica. And as delicious as his chili heatwave Doritos were, he wasn't allowed to—
Suddenly, he heard some strange noises in the corner of the attic.
Huh? Who's there?
It's SCP!
Daniel decided
Scary-faced
to go over
monster!
and take a look.
Oh shit! It's first person now! Okay, seriously. For this segment alone, this is brilliant. This is absolutely taking that Annapurna style and weaponizing it, and I'm living for this. Please forgive my battle snacks. Yeah, the shading's incredible! Look at this!
It was a mousetrap, and there was a red origami paper dragon inside of it. Daniel carefully removed it. It was marvelous and beautiful. The only problem was part of its wing was damaged. But Daniel found a way to repair it.
Good on you, Daniel. Choose an item to repair the paper dragon.
Mm-mm. 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 Mm-mm.
There we go. Don't use the bloody stapler.
Daniel held the repaired paper dragon high up in the air, imagining that it soared over all the world below. He played and played with the paper dragon.
Wee! Woo!
Burninating the countryside.
Soar!
Burninating on the peasants.
In the warm afternoon sun, Daniel had to fight his eyelids just to keep them open.
Could it be? Or is this all just a dream?
The next day, with boredom and loneliness weighing him down, he began to fiddle with the old radio.
Dracaris! Shouted Daniel, and the loft exploded.
Our town is located in the plains, where earthquakes are not particularly common. Although there are 17 fault zones around us, they are all inactive.
A scrunched up ball of paper rolled over to his feet.
Where did this paper ball come from?
Just as Daniel went to pick it up, the ball suddenly came to life, and it rolled away. Daniel chased after it.
Sorry, I'm just having a look at some of the other assets in this, because this is so good. Oh, come back, you little terror. Ah! Let me grab you, you wee shite. Ah! Bad tiny best friend. Yeah. Come back here. Ah! Curse these stubby childlike legs.
Just as he was about to seize the rolling paper ball, suddenly, terrible sparks erupted from it. Before his very eyes, the paper ball began to grow, bigger and bigger. At that moment, a red figure suddenly appeared.
Yeah! Kick his ass, dragon!
The red figure quickly subdued the paper ball and threw it into a cardboard box.
Fuck yeah!
Daniel studied the red figure carefully. It had a sticker on its fluttering wing. It was the paper dragon.
Yeah!
I wasn't dreaming. Thank you for saving me.
Daniel was grateful and very happy. He walked closer to the paper dragon, but the paper dragon seemed timid and afraid and backed away. Just then, Daniel had an idea. He took out his penny whistle and slowly played a tune.
Now watch me feck up the tune. And Zeke, how are you doing? Not currently, but I'm holding out hope. At this point, Daniel decided to belt out all of Freebird, because fuck Will, I guess. A strange floating frog with 5 guitars laughed maniacally at Will's meager attempts to have anything that even resembled rhythm and timing. And as Daniel...
The paper dragon enjoyed the sound very much. It began to move along with the rhythm, flipping up and down in the air. Soon the two were playing and dancing, just like old friends.
Hey, Scotty, I'm still laughing at Trickaris! As Daniel's mum burst into flames.
The paper dragon traced out a beautiful arc in the air, communicating with Daniel in a unique way.
My cherished friend, after many long years, we finally meet again.
This is fine.
How has your family been? A great thank you for playing that music for me.
Aww.
You know how I love the beautiful rhythm of that instrument. But we ought to take precautions, as the room is not stable. Do you still remember how the room works? You're welcome to visit anytime.
The piece of paper then changed back into the shape of a paper dragon and flew into the cardboard box. The box closed shut, and a calm silence was restored to the attic.
Oh shit! I love this book! Timmy's first pocket dimension. But sorry, Zeke, how are you doing, friend? This is SCP Secure. We are playing an archivist in the SCP Foundation. And the game is told partially through, like, computer UI and files, and partially through these little playable vignettes. We've played 3 so far, and this is the 3rd one. And I mean what I was saying earlier. This is absolutely eating Annapurna's lunch, and I am here for it.
Daniel rushed to find a watercolor pen and marked the box with excitement in his fingertips.
Here be dragons. Oh, my boy! As at this point, that little Daniel unlocked the ability of foreshadowing.
Over the next few days, the paper dragon came out often to play with Daniel. During this time, Daniel introduced many of his friends to the paper dragon.
Scotty, I'm worried that the paper ball rolls out and it gets like twisted and unlocked into different shapes. Zeke saying that they helped a student with assignment work, which is a strange and rare occurrence, and now need to find a way to explain in even more plain language that a student cheated on their exam. No!
That cat's name is Mrs. Carter. Ever since I secretly fed her some fish for dinner, we've been good friends.
Bribery and corruption.
That's Duke, Mrs. Jessica's pet. He doesn't like Rainy Dave or Mrs. Carter. Only smoked sausages for his taste.
Better not do anything to these fucking animals, so help me.
And now, we are friends too. My name is Daniel. What's your name?
Trogdor!
Flapped its wings, as if it didn't understand him.
Well, since you like the sound of the penny whistle so much, why don't I just call you Penny? I'll keep practicing to make it sound better.
Daniel and Penny then played baseball together in the attic.
Let's play cat.
That's a really dumb idea, kid. Oh, that's so fucking cute! Go get it! Alright, this is unfairly adorable. Either the kid dies or something bad's gonna happen to the dragon and I'm gonna be mad as hell.
But just as they were in the middle of enjoying themselves, a violent shaking suddenly rose from the ground.
The stubborn earthquake is back at it, folks, and it seems even stronger than last time.
At this moment, the box suddenly shot open, and thick clouds of smoke billowed out, followed by several paper balls. Penny attacked the paper balls without a moment's hesitation, and promptly threw them back into the box. Penny then flew around in front of Daniel and rushed right back into the box. As the box closed, the earthquake stopped. Facing a friend's farewell without a formal goodbye, Daniel felt confused and lost. He moved the box to the center of the attic. Facing it, he practiced his penny whistle, day in and day out. As the days went by, Daniel's playing became smoother.
Don't make me do this.
One day, the box suddenly began to move.
Where's Dragon?
Huh?
One, two...
Dragon friends! Fuck yeah!
This time there were 4 paper dragons. But they weren't alone. Enemies began to jump out of the box too.
Earthquake! Another earthquake! This time it's reached a magnitude of 5.8!
In that small attic, the 4 paper dragons fought fiercely against the paper balls. This time, the paper balls used new tactics. They clumped together into a single monstrous ball of paper. It began to shoot strong bursts of electric sparks at the paper dragons as they flew through the air. As they were hit, the paper dragons fell from the air.
Fetch the Flammenwaffen!
Seeing the injured paper dragons, Daniel felt very distressed and anxious. Just then, one of the paper dragons painfully started to fly.
Come on!
It gathered the remainder of its power.
Fucking Green Ranger, let's go!
The paper dragon transformed into a great beam of light and dove straight down to pierce through the monstrous paper ball. And then came another paper dragon.
Yeah, kick his ass!
The monstrous paper ball was blasted to bits, exploding into smaller paper balls. trembling. They struggled to escape back into the box. The sacrificed paper dragons were reduced to swirling shreds of paper.
No! Fuck
and
you,
a
game!
Silence pervaded. Peace and tranquility were restored once again to the attic.
But what about Trogdor?
Daniel saw the remaining 2 paper dragons lying on the floor, badly wounded.
We're gonna help them.
He rushed to grab some stickers and treated them at once.
Okay. Red body first. Pick it up gently. Yeah, you're all good, little buddy. Okay. Stickers. What's up?
Suddenly, countless paper dragons.
Amos, come here. Come here, show.
It's the cone of shame.
That's a good boy.
You gotta stop chewing your leg. Yeah, good boy. Sorry, it's so confusing. You have great hearing, though. So I was told today was going to be scary games, but now there's games making us feel shit.
No, Amos.
Hello, baby boy.
He's no spatial awareness.
That's my boy.
That's okay, bud. That's okay.
You're all right.
It's Velcro on. He is not happy about it.
Oh, it's gonna be okay.
Not one bit.
Just look at this little face. Look at that little face. He's been chewing at one of his legs, and it got bad, so we've had to get him an anti-chew collar. All right, out you go, baby boy.
Okay, come on. Come on.
Uh,
He walks so confidently, and then he runs into stuff.
It's like, wait, no, hang on. Oh no. Oh. So any of the crashing you hear in the other room is the baby boy, I guess, working out how to move with a feckin' cone on. Now let's get back to feeling things.
From the box. The 2 wounded paper dragons were repaired and began to fly. Like 2 colored threads, they merged with the other dragons, flying in unison. The dragons moved like a tide, flying freely through the attic.
Unless this turns out to be that one
Daniel
scene from...
eagerly took out his penny whistle. He showed all his paper dragon friends the results of his hard work and practice.
It's not perfect, Dark. What's the one with Vin Diesel in, with all those bloody... Pitch Black, that's it. Alright. Drango snack, and let's do some noise! Which starts melting out like Master of Puppets or something. Oh, fuck off.
In the sweet melody of his playing, Daniel felt himself enter into the world of dragons.
Frickin' wee!
The paper dragons merged into a long letter and floated down towards Daniel to tell their story.
Aww.
After the last war, the fantasy world enjoyed a long spell of peace and stability. But now, the giants have returned. They have launched ferocious attacks, trying to invade your world through the room. We are prepared to launch the final defense.
Oh no!
We will have to destroy your room, for it is the last remaining entryway into your world.
No, dragons!
Please believe this farewell will only be temporary.
Fucking better be!
We will not be apart forever.
You can't make me be friends with you and then be like, alright, now we're gone forever.
Our eternal mission of protecting you.
At that moment, the paper dragons flew back into the box. Daniel still couldn't fully understand what the paper dragons had meant, but he had a vague feeling in his heart that he may never see his new friends again.
Aww.
A few days later, Daniel's chickenpox had fully recovered. He could now play the penny whistle very, very well. But the paper dragons never returned.
Oh no!
Maybe it was time to leave and move on.
So Jetman J, what? Oh, and welcome! I wanted to pause it because, one, this game is excellent, and two, welcome to Tonal Shift. Jetman, how are you doing? How was your stream? How was your day? What? Oh, and welcome! Actually, and I can do this. Woo! Just in case any of you lovely lot aren't aware of Jetman J. How are you doing, friend? Oh. Alright, so you'll get no spoilers or nonsense from me, but Soma is one of the great games of our time. So I'm very happy to hear that you're getting stuck into it. Soma will stay with you. It certainly did with me. Certainly did with me. Yeah, considering that the main part of healing in that game is actually inserting your hand into a butthole. Yeah, Robin, I thought it was really weird that they didn't murder the clown in the ending of Soma. I thought that was a weird creative choice, but I understand it. But, yeah. Oh, it's absolutely. Well, one of the things we did, Jay, was we did the no damage but all monsters mode. The one where you can still get spooked with everything, but you don't have health mechanics. And let me tell you, it's actually worse. Like, in terms of fear, it's actually worse than playing it in the regular mode, because there's no game over screen, which means there's no break and there's no pause, and it's so much worse. Like, I originally played it because I wanted to do more of a tour of it, but... Lost Flowers. Have you checked your butthole? See if we're in Soma. No, seriously, Have You Checked Your Butthole should be the unofficial title to Soma. But yeah, so Jay, that sounds feckin' cool. So what we're playing at the moment, let me get you the link for it, because whether or not you or yours want to get stuck into this, I don't want to be the one that spoils it. Because we're playing SCP Secret Files. You play an archivist at an SCP facility who's just started. And it is told through the medium of like lots of little short games, short stories in one big wrapper. So it's partially like reading files and reconstructing them, but also playing through the events. What we're doing at the moment is an internal monthly lecture by the well-renowned and famous Dr. Taylor. And it is... Okay, raid after raid! So not only do we have Jetman J coming in, but Edgar Allan Poe. Bravo, bravo! And Silverstreak, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friends. Come on in. Let me go to main screen while we're having a natter. So we're currently, let me put some smooth jams on. We take a quick breather. And Silverstreak, thank you kindly for the follow. We're playing SCP Secret Files. We're currently in the story of Daniel and the Dragon, and it is unfairly cute. But as I said, it's nice to see someone kind of take the Annapurna style of games and flip it back on its lid. Kimchika, Watto and welcome! Come on in, friends. But yeah, I really, really recommend this title. Because it's been more than just the ooga booga booga kind of spoops, and there's a little bit more cohesion than the DreadX style of here's 12 minigames with varying levels of horror or silliness. It's using the different styles to punctuate the different kinds of experiences, you know, that the SCP faces. And I think that's really interesting. So Edgar Allan Poe, what were you up to? How was your stream? Tell me your tales. You came in hot on the heels, making new words up. Hot on the heels of Jetman J. And I guess as there's a few new peoples, I should probably introduce myself. Watto and welcome. Hi, I'm Will. I worked in the games industry for 1,000 years, as I was cursed to after I broke a witch's broomstick. And now... and now I stream for a living, so hello. So Edgar Allan Poe was playing Sucker for Love. Nice. You know what? I recognise the handle. Well, no, and I'm glad you're enjoying Sucker for Love. We're kind of involved with... we were involved in the, I think, DreadX Collection 3? I can't remember if Sucker for Love was in 2 or 3. But the original standalone version... sorry, the original... like short version that then got turned into the full game. Yes, Robin, they do. That's why it's called breaking into the games industry, because you break something and then cursed to work in the games industry. And I have to put my hand up and say I haven't had a chance to get stuck into the full version of it, so I'm really glad to hear you're enjoying it. But yeah, sorry, to Edgar Allan Poe as well. So we're playing SCP Secure, which is this wonderful little story game played through small video game kind of vignettes inside a larger story about being a new operative. Now we're towards the end of the third little game section called Daniel and the Dragon, and it is gorgeous and heartfelt, and they're either about to drop the shoe on us or drop the feels on us. I don't know which. So I thought I'd say hello and welcome everybody in before any of you feel like you want to tap out and avoid spoilers. Also, for those of you who just found us, we're playing Infra and Sea of Thieves the rest of this week, so if you want to come hang out Discord or have a chat, I might be a little discombobulated this week because we're doing the last bit of preps for the Great Bezos heist, and it's going to be amazing! So yeah, so we're going to get back to it, but to all of you that have come on in, thank you so much for the raids. Like, it's a big compliment that you're trusting me with your audiences, so hopefully I can be vaguely entertaining. Hey, Edgar, like, again, thank you for bringing the raid in. Always good to digi catch up with yous. Yeah. But I entirely understand. So to those of you that are coming over, buckle up, because I have no idea where this story's going to go. And yes, Scotty, it's almost time for piracy. Like, tomorrow's Infra, which we might be able to finish. Infra being one of the best games that plays like a horror game that isn't a horror game. But that's another story. All right. Pausing the tunes, and let us continue. But no, and seriously, to Kimchika and Silver Streak, thank you for the follows as well. I want to make sure I'm doing my due.
Magnitude 6.2! A massive earthquake is hitting our town! All townspeople, please leave your houses immediately and move to safe open spaces!
Just then, countless paper dragons shot from the cardboard box. However, it seemed like they were under attack, spinning and falling through the air in confusion.
What's happening?
Daniel quickly grabbed the stickers out from his bag and did his best to heal the injured paper dragons.
Not good! There's so fucking many! Medic! Medic! Sadly, I can only heal certain ones. I can't just heal them all. We can't save them all! Oh God!
But the paper balls swarmed together and pushed Daniel away, subduing him firmly in the corner.
Unhand me, you balls of shite!
Suddenly, ominous clouds rose from the box, and a violet lightning flashed through the room. The figure of a giant slowly emerged from the thick clouds,
seeming regular size compared to Darren.
Overwhelmed with its evil aura.
The earthquake is growing stronger, now with a magnitude of 7.1. Heaven almighty, are we doomed?
Is this the end?
The giant unleashed its power maniacally. The paper dragons struggled against it, with no means of fighting back. At this critical moment, two paper dragons shined brilliantly. Together, they heroically crashed their bodies into the giant.
No!
Daniel thought the giant had been defeated by the paper dragons, but soon he found that things would probably not be so simple.
As Daniel was a simpleton himself.
The giant's figure could still be seen in the thick smoke, looking evil and terrible. The attacks of the paper dragons had had no effect, and the giant had only grown stronger.
They just said no effect!
With a new ferocity. The paper dragons were simply no match for it.
The earthquake is growing stronger still! The greatest disaster this town has seen in over 100 years! My heavens! Will this nightmare ever end?
Why am I still in my job?
With the paper dragons now all but defeated, Daniel spotted a frail figure in the distance.
No! Don't you fucking dare!
It flew gently in front of Daniel.
I got
and
fresh tiny
affectionately
cookies to
rubbed its
offset the
head
feelings that are
against
about
his
to hit
fingers.
us. No, come on!
The whole crisis had never happened.
That's not fair!
Daniel felt like Penny was trying to tell him something, but he didn't quite understand what.
Daniel, you little shit! Penny saying goodbye!
Penny then left Daniel and soared into the air with a determination in its wings. Suddenly, the other paper dragons seemed to be summoned. They flew through the air, all together in unison, responding to the call without an ounce of hesitation.
Where they formed Dragon Unicron!
At that moment, Penny turned into a great red beam and rushed fast towards the giant. The other dragons followed, shining together like a shooting star. At that moment, Daniel seemed to see a real dragon flying.
No!
A huge explosion from the impact drowned out everything else in the attic.
I love how the sound effects
The
stop when they
attic
turn the
rained
page.
down with countless pieces of
Oh,
paper.
fuck!
Leftover scraps of the paper dragons.
Fuck you guys!
Daniel wanted to collect all of the pieces. He thought he could still fix them.
You can fucking try, mate! No, I love the idea. I love that the sound effects stop when they turn the page, as if this was someone actually telling you a story, and they're like, kaboom, kasploi, and turn the page. Also kaboom! God damn it! Yeah, you collect all these little scraps. It's confetti made of friends! This is the worst! God damn it, friend confetti! No! It's still good! We can still help them! It's fine! It's gonna be okay. Gonna be okay. Don't worry. Confriendly, confretti.
Bye, my friend.
No, come on! Now we know why Fiona just brought me in tiny cookies. Fuck!
The nightmare is over. The earthquake has stopped. With God's mercy, our town is safe. We thank you, Lord, for your protection.
Lord Dragon, motherfucker.
A few days later, the art festival was held as scheduled. Daniel attended the show with his penny whistle.
Yeah, but... Okay, Miyaki Sakura, I understand the SCP can sometimes be sad, but the P doesn't stand for please don't make me fucking cry!
And now, Daniel Trevor will perform a penny whistle solo of a song titled Fly With Me.
Aww. Oh, come on! Can't believe they've done this. Oh, come on! Fucking assholes! I've known this dragon for 5 minutes and I'm ready to fucking fight somebody. The child is still in an SCP facility to this day. Oh! Fucking rainbow dragons! Shit! It's no fair! Darn it. Fucking cute as shit dragons.
And that's how the story ends. Now, you might be wondering, what happened next? Are there still paper dragons in the world? Well, that's a difficult question to answer. But I believe that they are still protecting us somewhere in this world, just like they promised they would, forever, into eternity.
God damn it! Fuck! God darn it! That's unfair. That's unfairly cute. Emotional damage. It's bullshit. That's bullshit. Stupid ass dragons making us feel stuff. Aww. Gideon was saying that the original title of SCP-1762 was Where Have All the Dragons Gone? Oh, and Lost Flowers, thank you for the link to the page. Oh. You know what, Numbers? Oh, I think Maiden Abyss will win it because it has no qualms being cute and adorable. But I know how shit shakes out in Maiden Abyss, and it is not kind. I haven't started watching the new season. Actually, I don't even know if it's dropped. I watched the Maiden Abyss movie, and even knowing what was going to happen, it still shit me up. So Stuart's like, dragon! Saw! And Zoe's like, what lovely paper dragons. I love them. And we're like, me too, but what happened to those cute little ones? Oh! Okay, that's fucking cute! Okay. So the dragons... This is me sniffling while I'm reading this out. Alright. So the dragons are being contained in the Reliquary Research Institute, where Dr. Daniel is the supervising director. Fuck, that's cute. Oh, wow. And Gent spent 2 years researching 1762. Okay. Basically, Gent was just complaining that that particular SCP didn't suit him. And apparently that particular site is very much for the cutie patootie and the fantastical. And Gent was saying that... Zoe was being like, I can't imagine you clearing up all those fairy books and looking after things. Okay. So our character is saying, I've been here for a month now and I'm entirely adjusted to the job. Though the content of my work is to simply process archive files, it is work that will never bore me. A few absurd jokes aside, most of the archives are really rather fascinating. Been having hallucinations lately. Feel like someone is calling me in like a low voice. But I'm sure that's fine. They keep trying to communicate with me, but I can't understand them. In fact, I planned on seeing a doctor, but Zoe told me it was typical rookie syndrome and would clear up in a few days. I don't think Zoe's on your side there, friend. Certainly hope that's the case. Yeah, I think we've got time for one more case, maybe, friends. Because, like I said, I'm probably going to have to do shorter hours next week for the Great Bezos heist. So I guess I kind of want to spend as much time with you all now as I can. Oh! A site from Yorkshire, England. Antique glass perfume bottle. SCP 300. I think I saw them live once. Victoria era, England. Satan says, do you ever get an idea in your head and it just won't go away? Abso-fucking-lutely! Usually why I drink. Huh. It's fascinating. Every drop of this particular antique perfume renders a completely different image. Uh-oh. Sadlin says, check creation celebration. Oh, no. Oh, no. Fuck! You know what? Okay, so if you're wondering... Hang on, If you're wondering what the Great Bezos heist is, next month, we're going to try and boost our numbers up here in the Longship. We're going to try and make a partner. We're going to do an honest-to-goodness push for it next month. And we've been calling it, the Great Bezos heist. Because if it works, we'll be able to steal money from Jeffrey Bezos. Sadlin's been making posters, and they're so good. Alright, if you didn't see it before, so this was the first one. So, here's the Italian job. And here's the Bezos job. Which does sound like a horrendous sex move, but it's still exceedingly funny. Here, we have the Great Train Robbery on DVD. And now we have the Great Bezos Robbery. As seen on the BBC. Bravo. Fucking bravo. Oh, I am absolutely using that. Feckin' yo. Sadlin, that is genius. Thank you. Right, feckin' yo. And again, friends, I do recommend reading through these files because I think these are going to be something special. Oh, understanding memetics. Handy. But it's definitely more reading than I've got the faculties to interact with at this, excuse me, very moment. Yes, Sadlin, that's fucking brilliant. Oh, the director's asking where we at. Okay, we're taking over a temporary archive. This mission is an emergency. It's beyond your current level. But in recent performance has proven you have the ability to accomplish it. I understand, let's do it. I'm sure nothing bad will happen! Remember, stay sane, always in awe. Okay, do you want to read further? Okay.
D6744, please provide your identification code according to the mission letter. 4 and 20 blackbirds.
Tell me, Doc, when was the last time this rag on my head was washed?
D6744, according to the 7th edition of the Security Regulation Amendment, you must first provide your identification code. Otherwise, you will be executed.
All right. 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie. You're a real fan of these formalities. Everything's got to be right by the book with you. Oh, God. Fuck.
Mike Donald, consciousness intrusion expert, former leader of MTF UP2, codename Spider. Now, level D personnel, number 6744.
Okay, so this person fucked up big time.
Just what the hell you want me to do?
D6744, do you know about the Witch Plan?
Which plan is this?
Heard the name, that's all.
The plan is under the direct command of O5. Every last detail of the plan is protected by the strictest confidential terms.
So what?
D6744, what you're about to witness is top secret information of the Foundation.
Well, I can see what your fucking problem is.
What's going on?
A few hours ago, something went wrong with the Witch Plan experiment. The energy of the human anomaly, SCP-239, is out of control and has begun diffusing outward, disintegrating everything it touches.
You guys seriously never cease to amaze me.
SCP-239 is now a ticking time bomb. She could go off at any moment. D6744, I need you to enter the consciousness of SCP-239 to stop this bomb from exploding.
Oh, good!
Neural key is fully charged and ready to enter the target consciousness space.
Begin the program.
Consciousness begins to link.
D6744, we don't have much time left.
3, 2, and size 4.
Whoa. Fly me to the moon and let me something. Smallest waffle with, somehow I managed to get Doom running inside a copy of Doom. We now have Doom running on this person's consciousness. And Red Burning Dragon, what do you mean by the Jabberwocky event? Sorry, I think well, actually the Twitch delay isn't bad, so I might have missed the interim. Camus Macacacach. Ah! Well, I was going to collect those blocks. I feel it's giving us the full breakdown. I will say, so far, one of the better examples of kind of like the anomalic side of SCP stuff has definitely been Doom Patrol. Yeah, alright, Chuckles.
744, can you hear me?
Son of a bitch, fuck you!
The situation is urgent. If you were still the way you used to be, you would have done the same.
Hello there?
Chitty Kid!
Hey, wait!
D6744, what did you see?
A little girl, but she ran away when she saw me.
That little girl is SCP-239. What else have you discovered?
Cake? No, music box.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Help. Help me.
Alright, kiddo. Oh, fucking hell!
Fly me to the moon, let me play amongst the stars, let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars.
Alright, Numbers, how the hell did you time that so well? Let's get the fuck out of me! Sorry. Thank you for the 200 bits. That's very appreciated. You know that. For those of you who are new here, I'm pretty much kept alive via the medium of bits and donations, which I'm very, very grateful for.
Oh, half Dan are pre-conscious. If there's a solution to this, it's gonna be in there.
Good. D6744. You really are the right person for this mission. D6744, I must remind you, SCP-239 is no ordinary girl. She is uniquely dangerous. Do not forget.
Yeah, I got it. I'm dangerous too, don't forget.
Rhino says trying to get Doom running on SCPs is kind of something kind of Dr. Bright's not allowed to do.
Movie, snake, cry, turkey, eagle, 16, eternal blood, science, red, sleep, stone green, touch, mood, anxiety, close pain, lust, Zeus, rainstorm, whisper, butterfly.
Well, we found something that's a worse performance than the Hanged King.
French, rhythm, roarer,
The SCP's one-person show.
summer, bird, movie, snake, cry, turkey, eagle, 16. There's into my experiment. No. You will pay the price.
Holy mother of...
Do 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 do. Ooh, he's running! Oh, he's spicy! Have I chosen poorly? Oh! Miss you! These guys are mean. When attacked by an unknown source, it is wise to run. Yeah, no shit! How does this keep happening? I don't know. How are there two of you? Oh, fuck. I hope we haven't bugged it out. We are okay! Ish! Now you keep running, keep running! Arg. We gotta keep eyes out for the, oh! Bullshit! Leap. Alright, one more shot of this. Although this is a very good reminder of why the system from Soma works so well when you turn off health. Game over screens give you a reset, but they also reset the tension, which is very hard to rebuild, especially in a chase scenario. And you're right, the correct door does seem to have a light, but I was following the green exit signs, which were what was getting me through. Okay. Fuck you, lightning bloke. Oh, this seems fine. Link all fragments in the correct order.
I'm Dr. Pierce. We are now conducting ability control test number 125 of SCP-239. Okay, let us begin. First, set voltage strength to 30 kilovolts. Power on. SCP-239.
So much for I am dangerous.
Move the target
to
object
light?
to the designated location.
Ability control test number 125 has failed.
The voltage intensity must be insufficient. I'll need a new test site, along with new equipment that can handle a greater voltage load.
Oh wow, you're just a horrible piece of shit. I guess it's the double-edged... Okay, double-edged. Trying to find someone who has the lack of morals, who will experiment on a child. It's unlikely to have the same kind of emotional empathy to not be a dick about it.
Let me sleep. Just a while.
Yeah, she's 8 years old. And whoever that asshole is has no qualms in shocking a feckin' 8-year-old child.
Bird's Nest calling D6744. Do you copy?
Copy.
The energy of SCP-239 is still diffusing outward. What's your situation?
Situation's more complicated than I thought. I'm gonna need more time.
Also, check out the reflection on the
Quit
mirror.
rushing me.
That's feckin' cool. So, like, if we look into the ground, we have the reflection of the stars in this area, but through this, yeah, it's the box where she was being contained. And numbers, it might be the same performer.
Heard what?
O5 is displeased with the slow progress of Dr. Pierce's experiments. They've appointed a new director to take over the project.
You sure it's not just a rumor? Today's morning session was chaired by Dr. Pierce.
It's true. Trust me. If I'm being honest, I don't really like Dr. Pierce. Something about him, you know, just gives me the creeps.
He's coming. Stop.
Is it all the lightning sticking out of his back, or the fact that he tortures children, or... So there's a door covered in death and lightning. Oh, I missed the last one. Sorry about that.
How are the preparations for the experiment coming along?
Equipment's been checked. Everything is ready.
Good. Anything to be aware of?
Sam went to the counseling room after yesterday's experiment.
Give him an injection of amnestic agent, and let Arthur take his place.
How many times a day can you get your mind wiped? Let's find out. Team Black Honey Badger, September 1996. Okay, those of you who are bigger SCP fans than myself, it's the second time we've seen a picture of Team Black Honey Badger, because they don't give a fuck. Do they have a greater significance, or is that something within this world? Ah, you're right, Smallest Waffle. I should have picked up some mine cookies earlier. I didn't do that. That's on me. I'll see if I can get some mine cookies next time we're doing a little pop on by. Excuse me? Lightning door! Not where we're supposed to be, eh? Oh, this is the big old electrical switch Mark II. There's something here I'm not seeing, although they're making a big point of how, yeah, there we go.
Try again. Set voltage strength to 250 kilovolts.
Dr. Pierce, the heart rate of SCP-239 has now exceeded 160. Her physiological indicators are quickly approaching their limit. Perhaps we should consider pausing for a while.
Continue. Pressurize. Set to 250 kilovolts. Go. Now. SCP-239. Pay close attention to my instructions. Crush that car in front of you.
Good work. Yeah, you know what? 30 to 250 does seem like a big old jump.
Meaning of this.
Sean Pierce.
Violet.
Long time, Sean. What's it been? 7 years?
I've got no time to play catch-up with you. Not a great first impression you're leaving either. Barging into my lab and interfering with my experiments. According to Foundation security regulations, I could have you detained, you know.
Still the same old temper. You haven't changed one bit, Sean. Well, if you want to talk business, then let's talk business. You should have a look at this first.
This is... No. No.
This is O5's mandate. Effective immediately. Which plan and all SCP-239 experiments will be led by me.
No, that's... No! This is a mistake! It's not possible!
Don't take it personal, Sean. The simple fact is that the development of SCP-239 is moving too slow. They want a more ambitious approach. A new process, if you will.
Rather than lightning strike
it. A new process? What new process? Just what do you know about process? Please, Violet, enlighten me.
Sean, let us end our bickering with this. Victory comes to those who fight, and to those who last.
Interesting. What the heck is this? Oh, that is feckin' cool. So each of the different mirrors is a broken part of a memory we visited. God, I'm glad we kept going with this.
Bird's Nest, do you copy?
Copy, loud and clear.
Just what exactly is which plan?
That's not your concern. Focus on the mission at hand. Stop the spread of energy diffusion released by SCP-239, and do it quick.
Yeah, sure.
And nothing bad happened, the end. Well, this seems fine. Alright, so we're going to follow the light. Guess there is no light this time, huh?
Director Tattoo. The storybooks and toys we ordered have arrived at C3 warehouse.
Good. How's the containment room remodeling coming along?
The bed and daily necessities are all in place. The demolition of the ARB potential development plan will be completed next.
Good and good. Now, how about a formal meeting with our little princess?
Interesting, interesting. Book purchasing. The baby book, everything you need to know about your baby from birth to age 2, between parent and child. Fig trees and Kamalas. Dear Zoo. Time for bed, Fred. Interesting. And that looks less like a miserable prison and more like a kid's room. Almost missed that. Interesting. Onward! Through the subconscious of a child! Wait, guess either saw this or imagined this was what it looked like behind the scenes? Oh, the human sector. Fancy! That's where they put people.
Hello there. Hold on a second. I'm not here to hurt you. God damn it.
Hello there, child. Are you having nightmares?
Monsters. Monsters. Scared. Scared.
When you feel scared, just close your eyes. Imagine something beautiful, and those terrible things will disappear.
Who are you?
My name is Violet Tattoo. You can just call me Violet. I will take care of you from now on. No one will hurt you ever again.
Yeah, Bacon, the fact that I didn't include a copy of Go the Fuck to Sleep is a big disappointment.
Alright, that's it for today's bedtime story.
Hi.
We'll have a little test tomorrow. You need your rest.
Afraid. Sleep. Nightmares.
SCP-239, are you afraid of having nightmares again?
Yes. Afraid.
Just remember what I told you. When you feel scared, just close your eyes. Imagine your little friends in the stories all running out of their books to come play with you. Then you won't be afraid. Get some sleep now. Remember to imagine those beautiful images.
It was at this point that our subject brought to life a bunch of children.
Imagine. Imagine. Beautiful images.
This is fine. Locked inside a swirly child's room. There's no way this ends badly.
Long time ago, there was a robin. It wanted a home of its own. But what should a home look like?
Yeah, 500 foot tall.
Ask other animals.
Look, a little turtle buddy! What's up, turtle buddy? Tiny high five? Alright, you busy? Cool. You DM me later, alright? We're going for beers. And now we have to talk about the elephant in the room. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we've got to fix the elephant in the room. Yay!
An elephant. This is the house should have very strong floors. Strong enough to support my weight. The robin shakes his head.
It's a whole shit ton of zebra! I'm sorry, what? I have to go down to the SCP room and clear out elephant shit?
It pulls back and whispers. There should be beautiful spotted curtains to block out the harsh sun. The robin shakes its head again. The giraffes speak from way up high.
We are the Christmas giraffes. We specifically eat Christmas trees.
The robin flaps its wings and flies away.
Cocaine hippos!
The hippos let out a loud yawn. The house should be built in a pool, so we can bathe anytime and sleep anytime. The robin shakes.
How is something so deadly so cute?
Flies away.
It's like a kid's thing of like a Flappy Bird, but we're a robin? Oh yeah, smallest waffle, I see no way in giving the Here's Why Dragons Are Amazing book to a child that can literally make things with their mind. Maybe we should give them another little baby book that's like the little Abraham tank that could. Metal Gear Rex goes to the circus. Winnie the Pooh's first thermonuclear device. Christopher Robin goes to DEFCON 5.
The robin flies to a small hill where the lions.
So many dinosaurs.
The lion says, "My home is vast and boundless.
Meteors and me.
Prairie is my home." The robin shakes its head and flies away.
Let us not teach the child that can make things out of nothing what a fucking velociraptor is. Can't believe I have to tell you like this.
And finally it lands on the back of a rhinoceros. The rhinoceros says,
One of the researchers are like, yo, we showed the kid Jurassic Park.
all sorts of strange questions inside. But after traveling far and long enough, the answer that everyone finds is that the truth is not far, for it lays within our very hearts. Robin, what kind of home do you want? The robin says, the home I want is...
SCP-239, what are you doing? What's going on here? What's happening? SCP-239, we have to work and rest according to plan.
But
Alex, clear up the mess.
At once, Director.
So much animal shit.
SCP-239.
Do you know how much
For your own good.
an elephant
You
poos?
must be obedient and complete tomorrow's test. After that, I'll give you a gift.
A gift?
All right. Back to sleep now, SCP-239.
Excuse me, Director. While this facility is designed to handle a large number of paranormal activities, we never fucking designed it with an exit way big enough for a bloody elephant. Yeah, biblically accurate angels. Ch. In fairness, if I was working this job, I'd just slit the kid like a Turtles comic and just let chaos ensue. Because it would take her a while before she understood how rad the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were. Then, one, they'd exist, and two...
Capabilities are evolving more quickly than anticipated. The commissioning of the experimental site must be completed at once. The formal presentation is next week.
I'll see to it, Director. What shall we do with these creations of SCP-239?
Destroy them.
No! This is like a messed up version of the whale from A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. She made a whole fucking menagerie of adorable, friendly animals. You're like, destroys them. That's a hippo you can be friends with. What the fuck? You let the kid play Elden Ring.
A gift for me. Happy.
Honestly, I can't blame the kid. If she finds out they liquidated the happy hippos. Yeah, no, numbers. Hippos
there?
are super duper killing machines.
D6744 calling Bird's Nest. D6744 calling Bird's Nest. What the hell are these guys up to?
Like, you're entirely correct. You should not try and befriend a hippo. But that's a hippo that came from a child's imagination. That thing is the only hippo on Earth you'll be able to cuddle and not get your face and everything else chewed into a fine paste. Or just trampled.
Director Tattoo, the experimental site has been fully prepared. The report may begin at any time.
Excellent. If today's experiment goes smoothly, I will have full control over which plan. Go, check again to be sure that everything is in place. There can be no omissions.
At once, Director.
Violet, hey! Violet! Violet! I've got to have a word with you. Just one quick moment.
Dr. Pierce, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. We'll be presenting Witch Plan's progress to the O5 Council shortly.
Right, yes, that's just it. Listen, SCP-239's abilities are greater than you could ever imagine. She is infinitely more powerful now than when she was born. Your experimental procedures lack the proper controls. Any mistake, no matter how minuscule, could have irreversible consequences.
I'm sure it's
Dr.
fine.
Pierce, let us not forget that it was your previous missteps that caused us to miss the ideal incubation period for SCP-239. If we don't cultivate her using my method, the window of opportunity will be closed for good.
But listen, if you go about it using your method, you will repeat the accident that happened 7 years ago. You do remember, don't you?
Listen, Dr.
Heisenberg,
Dweebus.
Freeman, Claire?
Enough, Sean. Don't you dare bring up their names.
Yeah, Sean.
Sean, the progress of civilization has always come with sacrifices. You don't get one without the other. To have the chance to harness the abilities of SCP-239, no price is too great.
Violet, you are playing with fire.
Dr. Pierce, it's time. I suggest you go to the first floor to get front row seats to civilization's next leap of progress.
I hope he gets melted.
Violet! Listen to me! Violet!
But yeah, the theory behind it is sound. Like, you know, teaching a child with superpowers like that they are in fact a witch and that they cast spells. Like, giving them something that child mind can understand. Convert pure water into wine, 4 glasses past. Resurrect a bird that has been dead for more than 12 hours past. Create a fig tree. Turn living things into molecules. Not good. Okay, so here's the witch plan. For a long time now. Oh.
And this is the meter test part 1. SCP-239.
Oh.
Do you remember our friend here? The little robin with the pretty feathers? Can you make it come out and play with us?
Okay.
Fucking yeah!
Good, SCP-239. Very well done. Alright, let's continue with part 2. Now we need to give the robin a home.
A home?
Yes, a home. Just like in the storybook. The robin needs a tree to call home. So let's give him a big tree.
Robin, home. Not the tree.
SCP-239, you just need to listen and follow my orders. Come on now. Let's give our good friend the robin a big tree.
Home. Not tree.
SCP-239, I need you to follow orders and make a tree. SCP-239, if you don't follow orders,
Someone's about to get turned into a tree!
Everyone, no need to panic. This is all standard. SCP-239 will have a slight effect on the current when using her abilities. It's perfectly normal. Very well done, SCP-239. Good. Perfect. As you can well see, under my guidance, SCP-239's abilities grow more and more powerful each day. Over time, we will expand the experimental content, and we will see even more advancements. SCP-239, you can stop now. That's enough. Stop it, SCP-239. That's an order. Stop now.
We have a tree containment breach. Repeat, tree powers have been activated.
God damn it! Why won't it open? Sean? Sean! Sean, the backup door outside. Help me open it. Come on, quick!
And Sean would do no such thing. Sean casts tree.
That's an order. Stop now. God have mercy. God damn it! Why won't it open? Sean? Sean!
Sean!
Sean! The backup door outside. Help me open it. Come on, quick!
Violet, I told you you were playing with fire.
Cut the bullshit and let me out. She's lost her mind. What are you doing? Open it! Open the damn thing!
No. No, Violet. I can't.
What? What do you mean?
SCP-239 is out of control. Why would I open the gate?
What the fuck are you saying? Open it!
You're right, Violet. Victory comes to those who fight, and to those who last.
You're talking crazy, Sean. This is not that. Open the fucking thing!
An accident of this magnitude! It's just what I need to prove myself.
Sean! Sean, don't think like that! We can work together! We'll do it your way! Your rules, your method! Whatever you want! Or we'll do... I know! I'll quit! I'll resign! Which plan is all yours?
I will use these learnings to improve the plan and equipment. I've never been so certain of success.
No, Sean. Let's not think like that. Let's talk things through.
You have proven invaluable.
I don't think this is gonna end well!
You will not die in vain.
No, Sean, no. No, 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 you fuck! You fucking Sean! I quit! Sean! You should...
She got turned into a lamp.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine, kiddo. You melted a few scientists. Who fucking hasn't here? We're still missing one last little horse, though.
D6744. The energy output is getting out of hand. How much longer?
So this is the witch plan, huh? Are we anything more than tools to you?
It's not about that. This is about saving the world. Either you fix this, or we're all screwed.
That's what I'm doing.
Then move your ass and do it already.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
suck
serious.
my nuts. Quitting the Foundation was the best damn decision of my life.
You know what? I'm with this guy. Alright. Remember where the deconstructed absence of concepts is. Piss!
I now present to you the ARB Potential Development Device 2.0. This device is capable of not only better stimulating the potential of abnormal objects, but can also automatically turn on the respective electric field control, so long as the abnormal objects exceed the preset amplitude. This will ensure that the experiment is foolproof, with zero chance of runaway. The tragedy of Directed Tau 2 cannot be repeated. We must learn from our mistakes. We must not forget the enormous power of SCP-239. And we must treat security as a top priority. Otherwise, all of this will be for nothing. Do not forget the credence we live by. Secure, contain, protect. This we must uphold at every turn.
Yeah, so the O5 Council has decided to reinstate Dr. Pierce. No way that ends badly, am I right? Stimulation of high pulse voltage, interference of authority guidance, inhibit free will. I need this game to go on long enough so that Dr. Pierce gets basically evaporated at this point. So Red Burning Dragon, the document we got on reading, I believe, was a detailed deconstruction of the witch plan. Like the idea to teach the kid spells as a means of controlling their power.
Hi, hello. It's okay. I just want to talk.
No. Stay away.
What happened? It's not your fault.
Away.
Oh, shit.
You will all die. Die. You will all die.
It's so strange. It's like we keep giving hyper-powerful children to evil scientists and then going, where did we go wrong? This is obviously the fused mess of whatever he tried to create.
I am Dr. Sean Pierce. December 25th, 2005. 16:30 hours. This is the first experiment of ARP Plan 2.0. SCP-239. We will repeat the previous tests first.
Experiment 1. Strength test. Pass rate of 95%.
Voltage strength 600 kilovolts. Power on. SCP-239. Crush the car in front of you.
Oh shit, yeah, we're seeing this from the kid's perspective. Also, I'm really sorry to whoever's car that was.
Test complete. Pass.
Go on.
Experiment 2. Control test. Pass rate of 87%.
Voltage strength 700 kilovolts.
Jesus.
Power on. SCP-239. Put the fragments on the ground back together.
No, I don't know what I'm doing.
We'll now begin the new test.
Experiment 3. Creation test. Pass rate indeterminate.
Voltage strength 800 kilovolts.
800
Power on.
kilovolts.
SCP-239. Reassemble this junk into a truck. A real operational truck.
Oh yeah, Caldera,
Fancy replica.
as soon as we get a chance, I'm melting Pierce.
Very well done. Amazing.
Yeah, they've created an impossible test for her.
Can't handle that much current.
Damn it. I'm the one who's in charge of this experiment. 950 kilovolts, now!
Although, as we're inside a child's memory, whatever nasty shit is about to happen to him has already happened.
Those eyes. Imagine.
You can do this, kid. Yeah, good work, tiny burbs.
Beautiful. Images.
Now, kid, I'm going to show you how to murder people with an elephant.
Stop trying to play violent tricks on me! I know how to deal with your useless imagination. Increase the voltage strength to 1000 kilovolts.
I cast Hippo!
Has breached the security threshold. If left to overload, the device could explode at any moment.
I cast 7 hippos! I cast Mecha Hippo!
Do not fail me!
Yeah, we're gonna elfin lay this asshole! Alright. Okay, so we've got to... You suck! You're not my real dad! I'm trying! Sorry, the game is telling me, you know... I've got to run from these jerks. I'm like, I know! I'm trying! They're also disproportionately fast. Alright. Okay, so I guess a little bit more stealth. Oh, you suck! You're the worst dad ever! Do 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 do. Alright. Woo! Sometimes just sprint. Oh, here we go!
D6744. Nicely done.
Hold on.
The outflow of energy of SCP-239 has subsided and is now beginning to dissipate. We have regained control.
Just hold on.
Again, a job well done. The synapse is now ready to be disconnected.
Can you just hold the fuck on and listen for a damn change?
What's the matter?
The problem hasn't yet been solved. She's still lost deep in her mental anguish.
That's not our concern. The crisis has been averted. Innumerable lives have been saved. Your mission is complete.
My mission's not complete until she is stable.
Compassion in times of desperation leads only to the destruction of yourself.
3 minutes. You owe me that much. For all this you owe me. I can enter her subconscious and fix this. 3 minutes.
Very well. I'll disconnect the synapse in 3 minutes. If you're not back, then so be it. I will show no compassion.
Oh, fuck you, mate. Alright. 3 minutes on the clock, friends. No time to dawdle. We've got a kid to save.
Team Honey Badger has entered the value anomaly area. Now quickly approaching.
Good. Proceed.
The amniotic fluid has broken. Send to delivery room 2.
Oh. Team Honey Badger were originally the ones sent to retrieve the child.
What's going on? It's on these rumors all over the place. I don't know, but my watch has stopped working too.
Shazam!
Scotia, profuse bleeding. Send to operating room now.
That scream, I'm pretty sure, is like the femme equivalent of the Wilhelm scream, you know what I mean?
Value fluctuation increasing. Team Honey Badger.
Oh! Piss me!
Heart rate 100. Blood pressure normal.
Hemostat.
Target confirmed. Containment operations ready.
These weak arm spaghetti.
Witch hunt. Commence.
Congratulations, a lovely princess with beautiful blue eyes. Have you thought of a good name for her?
She is my little angel. I am
Target SCP-239 has been contained.
Oh no.
SCP-239! 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 That's an order! SCP-239! That's an order! SCP-239! Do as I say!
Oh, we're gonna kill so many scientists after
Do as
this.
I say! Come on! Do it!
Worst place Caldera. We'll play like Hitman after this. Do some scientist assassinations.
SCP-239!
Don't blame yourself. None of this is your fault. Maybe you weren't meant for this world.
Close eyes. Imagine. Imagine. Beautiful images. The robin says,
Hey, little meeples! What's up?
my home is squishy all over.
Frog dude.
With shiny warm lights and no more cold steel. Filled all the way with beautiful star stickers.
Star stickers are the
Colorful
bomb.
lights everywhere. Everywhere.
This kid's got
Everywhere
taste.
I go, they twinkle, twinkle like little eyes. So many good books. With the cutest animals inside.
Kids, there's animals
They
you don't even know
always say
about that are
nice
adorable.
things to me. They always want to chat with me.
Wait till you meet otters. You're gonna fucking capybara.
Beautiful decorations.
Dragon Buddy!
Mountains of toys. I can play all day, anywhere I want. I'll have my favorite toy, a beautiful carousel. I'll ride and ride, and it will take me anywhere. There, I will not be yelled at. I will not be punished.
Sup, ducks?
I can sing as much as I like. I hope.
Oh!
I hope so
Fuck you,
much
sharks!
forever.
Of course it's the fucking
My
sharks.
home. Seguros is home.
head.
Take a deep breath. Just some minor side effects from the force disconnection.
She's not coming back.
What?
In the end, she chose to shut off her subconscious. She'll sleep forever, like a plant.
Maybe that's for the best. Anyways, our primary concern is the incident report. It'll require some brainstorming.
Not my concern.
I'll arrange for someone to take you back. See you on the next mission.
Not in this lifetime.
Okay, that was cool. Okay. And yeah, Caldera, I will be sending a special longship sanctioned murder team to handle those bastards. Alright, let me just skim this to see what happened. Under absolutely no situation should the subject be awakened. 8-year-old girl, simply put. Oh yeah, so yeah, it talks into the witch method, which is that the SCP was going to teach her spells. So she was going to believe herself to be a witch, and that she could only cast the spells that she believes that she can, because her power is basically bringing anything that she believes into existence. Okie dokie Lokis. Chuck says, well done, young man. Thank you, director. With a reality-distorting anomaly classified as disketter, it would seem in keeping with the state of a comatose the only viable solution. And you're right, this place is not what I thought it was. I'm still learning to understand and abide by the rules. I don't know why we're saying all this. When I handed this task to you, I was frankly worried about whether or not you could complete it. It seems like you're ready. What do you mean? Carl, someone wants to talk to you. You have a new message from unknown contact. Open? Sure! That's never bad. Unknown just says, hello, Carl. Who are you? And again, sorry for giving everybody a bunch of flashbacks to all these noises. Doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, who are you? Carl is a name, a symbol. I am the one who guided you to the answers. Where? Then what should I bloody do? First, you need to complete some warm-up exercises. Take the elevator to the 15th floor. Okay. Now, friends, I am thoroughly enjoying this, but both my ability to converse and my ability to converse has come to a grinding halt, but also I think this is a good place to stop. So let's bring it back to studio. Again, this was SCP secure. Oh, interesting. Alright, sorry, let me bring it back. So, each of the short stories that we've experienced can now be accessed from the main menu. That gorgeous SCP Anomaly Collections book was like a chapter select. Like, okay, so yeah, we go to files. Gorgeous. But yeah, so that's definitely not the last one, because it looks like there's slots for quite a few more. But either way, this is definitely a point to bring our adventures to a close. Because while I have had a lot of sleep, I have to remember that if I go too hard, then I will suck when I stream tomorrow. Oh, what a glorious day. Let me put some smooth jams on. Fucking yo. You know what? That was spot on. Oh yeah, Rhino, thank you. Tomorrow's going to be the last part of Infra, which is a game that looks like a horror game that is not a horror game, and has frankly been far more fascinating than I was expecting. Like, we ended up doing 3 whole-ass days on it. It's fucking great. And then obviously Friday is more Sea of Thieves, which should be a new event if memory serves. Yeah, friends, I think that's kind of the long and short of it. Well, so Scotty, I mean, SCP is not... Yeah, numbers, we're calling it a night. SCP isn't any one company or brand. It's like a community writing thing. So there are loads of things based on the SCP universe, but they're not all one and the same. Does that make a weird sense? It's also what makes it very interesting. But that's another story. Yeah. Control is kind of fascinating because it takes a lot of the storytelling styles of like the SCP sites and wives it and wove. Oh god, I can't even fucking speak. It brings it all together in a fascinating way, and this has that same kind of quality, and I really appreciate that. One of these days we will do SCP Containment Breach, which is a low-budget but very influential kind of SCP survival game with one of the few blinking mechanics in a game that I don't hate. But that's definitely another story. Sorry, that was me going off into the mental sunset there. Alright, yeah, no, this is definitely time to bring things to a close. Right! So, yeah, tomorrow is Infra, and I'm going to start doing some announcements about the Great Bezos Heist. But if anybody has any questions, like, again, feel free to hit me up. The TLDR is I'm just going to be calling for help and support in November, be it just leaving tabs open or watching along or what have you. And if we succeed, I have to play Raft. So, and I have to play Raft, and I have to do a hot tub stream, which I never expected to do, but here we are. Yeah, if I seem a little quiet on Discord, it's just because I'm going to try and lock in the schedule for the Great Bezos Heist over the next couple of days. So that way everything is locked well in advance. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Friends, have an exceptional rest of your evening. Oh shit, I almost did it wrong. Alright. You can tell I have gone a bit hard on this game because I almost forgot to do this. I kind of feel like more so now than ever, especially considering the schemes and machinations we're cooking up. I absolutely positively need to say an extra special thank you to all of you who throw in bits or donations or give people subs or what have you. I'm able to do this full time, and I know very few people who are able to say the same. So for all of that support, fucking thank you. So Bacon Avenger, Akira Zero, Favor 6, Erriman, J-Post, Some Numbers, Vanderbeest, and Pun Spectre. Thank you all kindly for the bits. Like, those and donations are the biggest thing that keeps going. To Caffeine and Rives and Moose, but also Lizzie T. Power, who we saw earlier. Thank you kindly for being the best mod team I could ask for. Chimchika, Silver Streak, but not that last one. Thank you. All of you, thank you for following. And I hope we get to chat video gaming stuff soon. To the entirety of Ireland, to Willing Outcast, Indie Kylo the Dreamer, and Cephalid Gideon. Oh, Gideon! Thank you for either subscribing or being thrown a sub. And to both Jetman J and Edgar Allan Pond, seriously, thank you for bringing raids in. It's really fucking great of you. Like I said, the only thing that we're trying to do right now is convince Mr. Twitch that we're as good as we say we are. Because we're already winning. We just need Mr. Twitch to fucking acknowledge that we're already winning. Fucking yo. Oh, Gideon, you're entirely welcome. I fucking love doing this. Oh, and Kalja, thank you for the 100 bits. Have a feckin' great rest of your night, alright? You know what? There are a bunch of lovely Mother Hubbards out there on twitch.television. Go find somebody. Go spread the love. I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. But yes, I'll see you all on Discord. I'll see you tomorrow for Infra. And yeah, the great Bezos heist, under a week away. Let the fear begin. Alright, love you all. Have a great night.